What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back with another installation of the Siege Double Shot, and this time we're coming at you Challenger Series. Welcome! It's the path to pro, the gateway to greatness, the ultimate proving ground for the next set of rising stars. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner, co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. Say hello, Whiskey.
That's right. Welcome everyone to the Challenger Series. $50,000 or euros on the line and two spots here available for the NAL. One to the LATAM North, one here to these NA teams. There was 158 teams that signed up today. Plenty of fantastic names, but lucky for us, we got one of the best in the business. M80x is going to be on the stream today, taking on first, in their first best of one, Jotlz. And there is a lot of games coming at you. All of the games leading up to the quarterfinals are best of ones. This is a single elimination best of one bracket. It's a tough battle, and you only get one opportunity. M80x is very much in position here to do fantastic. So let's take a look at the teams, my friend.
That's right. All the hype coming off their big win in the T3, T2 scene. M80x, they're on a tear and they have got what it takes to take it all the way. Right? This is the team. This is the player specifically in the King Stompin' that everybody's talking about. The path to pro. This is the one to follow. And if you're a fan of the Siege Double Shot, you've seen players on both sides of this, right? Right, Whiskey. We have cast both of these names quite a few times.
That's right. We got a chance to work as part of the Crucible. Whiskey Glitter here was one of the hosts. So we got to see a ton of M80x play as part of that. And Stompin', Aiden, Rice, Vic, and Franklin have been together and been playing incredible. And we've also seen them play. We've been doing BOGO's rival roller series Sunday tournaments as well for the past couple weeks, and we've seen these guys mix and match into those teams, playing alongside Jinxie, Mingo, some of the other big names. So obviously the blue side, well known in the community and brought along a lot of viewers today to check out this match. On the other side, we have cast this team as well quite a few times in the T4, T3 scene. Jotlz, Explicit, Lost, Senguns, and Clip, and we know they have got a huge uphill climb here to take on one of the best teams right now in the T2 scene. So it's going to be a battle to the death. And where's it going to be, my friend?
That's right. The story is set by where the battleground takes place. And you could see a couple of key ones taken off the board early, highlighting Skyscraper gone, Nighthaven and Lair gone, Cafes out. You know what? Take it all the way to the end. For this best of one, Whiskey, we're going to take it to your favorite map. We're headed to Chalet.
That's right. I love Chalet, and I am so happy that Chalet was one of the maps that got picked as part of the rework that's coming here for CJX. We got to take a look at all the CJX reveal, and some of my favorite maps are the ones that are getting reworked. But today we get to see Battle on Chalet. What a great place to start. This map has got everything. 3 full floors. It's got some very close quarter combat that happens, utility based. Lots of fun could happen here. Jotlz has got their work cut out for them with the energy right now behind M80x.
That's right. It's all the hype and all the movement, all the momentum, and it sits on their side. So a little bit of a Herculean effort needed by one of the teams today. A little bit of a David versus Goliath scenario, potentially. But that's the deal. That's the magic of the Challenger Series. This is your path to pro, and in a best of one, Whiskey, anything can happen.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of talk about being bracket blessed or struggling through the bracket. There's some struggles there. In this case, I think, unfortunately for Jotl's team, matched up against M80x as the first place is a tough go for them, right? They are certainly not bracket blessed at this point, but if they wanted to make it far in the tournament, they would have to do it anyway. They would have to win against this team. Everybody who wants a shot at that #1 spot has to beat M80x, or at least get close, because it's the top 4 that are going to make it through here. There are 3 open quals here for the Challenger Series before we get to the Swiss stage. So there are going to be teams qualifying from each one of these open qualifiers this weekend, next weekend, and the following to find out who is going to make it into that Swiss stage playoff bracket to earn the NAL spot. And that is what's on the line. A actual Pro League NAL spot open here, because this is Challenger Series. These guys have the opportunity here to make it.
Man, all the hype. Can you imagine that before the tournament even gets started, you are the team to beat? Now, if I'm Jotlz team right now, I'm thinking, yeah, we play them round one. We have to get them done first, but maybe they're not warmed up as much yet. Right? Maybe they still got to work some of those kinks out and getting started today. Maybe they haven't been scrimming all day and working on their dry runs and their strat theory and stuff. Maybe getting it done early in the first round might be the shot they have at taking them. I'm not saying it is an impossible game, but it is an uphill climb for sure.
Yeah, they have got their work cut out for him. I think even when M80X is not perfectly warmed up, isn't ready, this is a very formidable team. Stompin, Vic, Franklin, Rice. I mean, these guys play the game unbelievably, and they have been on a roll recently, certainly. And the fact that they've got Merc playing as their coach, this is a very tough team to beat. A team that probably deserved a shot at an NA pro spot to start with. The fact that they've got to fight their way through Challenger Series is only maybe going to serve to display how good this team is, but they probably deserved a pro spot right from the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely. No question there. And I think the whole community would back that up. Well, this is their shot, Whiskey. This is the chance to get it done, and it starts with this very first best of one. Okay, so we're getting the lobby set up, making sure that everybody's in. We are just a few minutes out from starting this path to pro process here for all of these aspiring teams. So you know the deal, you know the drill. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're getting started with our very first map. Ayo.
Let's go.
In a plot twist, Whiskey, we're ready to go. All of a sudden, it's game time, baby, and it is on Chalet. I am so excited for this best of one. I am so excited for this back and forth potential barn burner, the brutal brawl for it all. And it starts here in Chalet.
That's right, my friend. Chalet, it is time. Who is it going to be? What are we going to see from a band perspective? Who is going to be in this to win it? M80X taking down that first band. It's going to be Blackbeard. We know coming in with CJX is going to be a complete change to the way that bands are done, but today, going to stick with the usual. The shield's gone.
Yeah, nobody wants to have to deal with that Blackbeard. It's a shield, it's mobile, it's a spearhead, and he's got an AR attached to the end of it. Not a battle that you want to be taking if you can avoid it. The second to fall, however, is going to be a little bit a nod towards a few months ago. It's the Dokkaebi ban. Suss her out of the Rome game, the capture of Intel. She's not going to be played in this one.
So good at the intel side of the game, like you said, stealing the cams, being able to locate all of those roamers. I think this team wants to make sure that they don't have the opportunity, the M80X doesn't have the opportunity to try and find them when they get on their attacking half. So the Mira to go down as well. There's a couple great Mira locations as part of Chalet, but with the Valkyrie down, that leaves Azami available. That leaves Fenrir available. Couple great defensive operators. Tuberau still going to be in this mix-up here.
Absolutely. The Mira off the board, that means you're pushing to library for a bar gaming hold. Gonna be just a little bit easier. Maybe that push in towards taking the vertical on kitchen dining. Gonna be a little bit easier with Miragon, and of course Valk, right? She's one of the most banned defenders outside of Azami. Just incredibly difficult to use and needs a little bit of a nerf. Like, we can be honest with it. We can now say that, right? She could use a little bit of a nerf, but she's not going to be used here because she is too powerful. So I'm going to have to rely on a couple of other intel pieces to find their way there. We're going to start on the first floor, Whiskey. It's going to be a kitchen dining with a bit of an extension up top, as you can see that the castle's on the board.
Yeah, those first floor sites here on Chalet, so good. Really moved into the meta, such an important part of the way that the game is played now, and gonna see M80X roll with that. Set up the second floor, much like you do for a second floor defense, but the problem is that the attackers still have to claim all of the vertical upstairs, then make their way down to get that first floor done. Tiny bit of an extension over on the library side, the frost coming out, blocking the windows, the blue shield out in the piano hallway. Jotlz is going to have to deal with pretty standard setup here from a attacking perspective. M80X, though, it's going to be a tough game to beat. It is round 1 of the Challenger Series here in NAL. The first round about to go down.
That's right, baby. Path to pro. Okay, on the attacking side of it, looking at a little bit of a standard lineup. Bring out the IQ. We've seen her a lot lately. Great for sussing out that gadgets, determining where that push point is. Look at this. Buck just already made his way in and just is dealt with. Stomping. Gonna claim the first kill of the game. We're gonna see Sen taken off the board next. It is immediately responded back. IQ able to take down King Stomping, but the damage has been done. Now it's into a 4v3 as M80X has claimed that man advantage. A quick swing on the mud. They're gonna take another one off the board as Clip goes down. Now into a 4v2. It's already starting. It's a little bit of a difficult situation. Rice finds the last off the board as Kitten Lost is taken down, which means it's all going to rely on the shoulders of Ace, who does find the first one on the top of that fluke balk there. Getting a little bit closer to equalizing the numbers, but 3-1. It's a tough hill to climb back up here on round number 1.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of the damage done. You said it. Opening kill there from Stompin', playing the Vigil and the Boss G. The rest of those kills coming pretty quickly, and you said it. Ace has got his work cut out for him. He still has a minute 33 to work with, tons of time, but 3 defenders left alive and not a lot of map control. He is still stuck outside.
Yep, so a quick Selma charge is going to send it towards that library wall there, try to put some pressure onto that Mez player. Force him back off of it, and he does that, right? He's opened it up, so now he can take a little bit of this library area for free. Instead, it's going to move down. A little bit of a distraction on the library. Maybe make some players push there, try to catch someone agreed upon.
That's right.
I read that in the chat.
Yeah, there was a little discussion going on in the all chat, and just to let the viewers know what that one was about, still we'll talk about it in the break, but question about the servers. But Macau still, he's got a little bit of options here, pushing up direct into sight, hoping to take one of these shots, but you've got 3 of the defenders still playing downstairs. Ooh. He wins 1. That's Aiden going down, but Rice finishes him off to claim the round. First one going here to M80X.
Okay, yeah, and it started out as a little bit of a dynamic and dramatic round for M80X, finding the first couple of kills, claiming that man advantage, and then selling on to their round 1 victory. Bit of a pause here, though, as they're going to sit and talk about it.
That's right. There was a question, so we said during the all chat there in the server, so the rules for the Challenger Series, NAL, coming out from Blast, was that all of the games are going to be played on SCUS, the South Central U.S. servers, as the default, and which may be a little bit of a change-up for those in the NAL. Normally we see the Central servers come out, but with the inclusion of LATAM North, that is the official servers there from Blast. So that was what the question in the chat was about. But right now, only a slight pause to the game. M80X in the lead here with round 1 of the first game in this best of 1, a single elimination bracket here to find out who is going to be the first team qualified for the NA playoffs coming up in a couple weeks.
Yep, absolutely. So they claim round 1. They claim the first of the vertical sites, which means now we're headed over to Bar Game, which is another one of those. We've watched this meta develop here, right? Where first floor becomes the play. You see, when we first started casting Whiskey, it was second floor and basement. You're going to see those religiously being played. But it has made this switch now with this vertical that has to be held. You have to claim vertical when you're claiming maps now. It just makes Bar Gaming such a beautiful site. Now, they have to do it without the Mira. So what do? They bring out the Fenrir to slow them down from being able to take some of those critical push points. They deny that intel with Mute, taking away some of that that drone use, and then slow them down with a little bit of trap off as the Legion is on the board as well. It's not a bad defense. They're spread out. They're ready to do the damage. Let's see if the attack has got what it takes to put something on the board.
I love the upside down rappel here coming, trying to gain some control over in the library slide. That is going to be such an important push point here. Got to gain some library control, and I wonder to see if this attacking team is going to focus on trying to gain some ground over on the master side. But right now, you see the blue outlines. Everybody from the defense fairly well focused over on defending that side of the map. So droning going on in the basement. Seeing this team Jotlz, they know they've got their work cut out for them, but we see, you know, they are some T2 comp players, a little bit of experience here. So the viewers, you all are treated to a fantastic way to start off this Challenger Series.
That's right. Flores drones getting in, trying to make quick work of that deployable at the top of blue. It is one of those critical push points, and at the moment, because of the mute jammers, it will stand. They didn't bring any impact EMPs, so going to have to rely on some of those grenades to get it done, but Wamai obviously has thought of that. They're going to try to keep that shield protected for as long as they can. Jeez, a Legion goo is going to give away the location of Ace, and that's the case. Oh, was that the case? No, it was not the case. Lion has the case. It was blending in. It was yellow. I can't be faulted for that.
Yeah, Lion holding onto the case upstairs, but yeah, Aiden downstairs, protecting the basement, holding onto those fireplace stairs. The sneak entrance down to the basement didn't work. Jotlz struggling right now a little bit to gain some ground. Sitting in a 4v5, it's not the end of the world, but right now feeling like they do not have very much map control at this point. Stompin holding down this mez, playing the warden, covering every angle right now, and Jotlz needs to find some way of gaining some ground, gain some space. Otherwise, they're going to be stuck outside the site.
Yep, not going to do it that way, though. Stomp finds one. Big Bands gets traded back, so the numbers do get equalized, but we're down into 30 seconds now, so all of that space is tough, especially because now Warden just gets to rotate up. They didn't claim the vertical, so the window, easy. King Stompin finds one. It is now going to be on the shoulders of Flora to try to find a way to bring this back, and yet again, here in the second round, we find ourselves with a familiar situation of a 3v1.
That's right, 2 rounds in a row we see come down to a 3v1 at the end where Jotlz and his team trying to find something, gain some space, but nothing working right now. It is early, it is a bit of a defensive-sided map, but all of the cards stacked against them. And this really feels like that David v. Goliath as a way to start off. Tough of a bracket pull here for this team, but game's not over, plenty of time left. What can they do as now the defense rotates down to hold on to basement? We're not going to see the second floor here in the start round rotate.
That's right. This will be the first test for M80x. This is the test on the Tersh, right? Generally widely considered, you know, the third site, not your most comfortable. But the thing is, Whiskey, this is Chalet, right? They could all be primary sites. You could pick any of the 4 sites as a primary site. All these maps are good, or all these sites are good. The basement has a little bit of a challenge with it, right? There's a ton of avenues to attack here. Trench, garage, blue, coming down West Main, taking the vertical in the lobby, the main breach, main stairs, like we just, without even thinking, we named 7 different ways that you can push onto this basement site. The problem is the extensions that happen here from the defense are just going to make it difficult. You can see them opening up the hatch, so there's a pathway back down when the roamers are done playing life and doing their job. They brought out the static warfare of a zombie, so sitting down in sight is going to be a fortitude, a fortress that they have to get through, slow down capabilities of the Goyle, and then backing it up, no Valk on the board, but we do have some intel. Maestro, the cams that shoot back, gonna guard for any sort of plant capabilities.
I love this battle that we see between the Maestro and the Brava and the Twitch, all right now still alive, everybody on the board with their utility. We saw this a lot playing in some of the earlier NAL qualifiers, like last stage with Aerial Arise. The battle back and forth between Brava and Maestro. Who can steal? Who can use that utility? Can Maestro be faster? Is Rice going to be the man? The big change up here, though, is Maestro got the extra cam, Brava didn't. That battle happens so frequently. We used to see Brava banned out to try and protect the Maestro cams just a little bit longer, but look at this. I love the setup. The combination of the Kiba barrier, the Maestro cam, and the Goyo canister in the default plant spot. M80 has locked this thing down right now.
That's right, a straight fire here from Maestro doesn't amount to a kill, and the vertical has been opened up. Rams starting to do their job to put some pressure on some of these basement players. 3 of them, mind you. Franklin, Vic Bands, and Rice sitting down into sight.
That's right. So minute 30 left, just over half the round, and right now you look at Team Jotlz, everybody with the exception of 2 still outside of the basement and working on the rotate. Got the Brava making her way in, holding onto this basement hallway a little bit. Ace on West Main, but it still is looking slow. They haven't really gained any significant space at this point. They're working the West Main side, but Stomping going to take down the opening pick again with a double. How about a triple?
Oh my lord! Finally able to stem the flow of bleeding there. He's allowed to just sit up in kitchen and float. Finds himself a 3-piece. Man advantage back into the hands of M80x as they only claim it by 1. There was a couple of answers back. Stompin finally did lose his life up there, and the other roamer, Legion, is gone as well. But now you have to deal with the Kiba barriers. Now you got to deal with those Maestro cams. Now you got to deal with those pre-placed Goyos that, yes, the Maestro cam can take out and shoot, just slowing them down. Takes a quick fire onto Blue as they just start making the push up. Looking towards Closet, but Vic's going to find Kitten off the board. Azami on the swing, and he's just going to miss. Holy whiff, Batman. Vic with a double.
A triple from Stompin', a double from Vic, and again in a 3v1 scenario at the end of the round. Boy, M80x is just not letting off at all. We wondered very early on, how was this going to play out? Was this going to be the best opportunity that any team had to take down M80 in the first game, the first round? Was it going to be this one? But right now they are absolutely showing up. They're absolutely floating in a 3-0 to start off. Jotlz has got their work cut out for them. Siege is a long game, though. It's not over yet. Can they put together something? What's the changeup this attacking team needs? They've struggled to deal with the M80x utility. They've struggled to peak on those quick angles. So you talk about it all the time, the buddy system, but also work a little bit harder on the utility clear. It didn't seem like Bravo worked. Going to try the Twitch and use that as the alternative. Maybe some explosives. This time bringing along the Ash. Maybe that's the changeup they need.
So the first 3 rounds done, which means Jotl's team definitely gets a look at what the sites that they have brought, right? Now they know what kind of strat, what kind of theory is coming out of M80x. And if I'm just watching it, yeah, there's some strat involved, but really it's just let Stomp and go out and kill him. So he becomes the win condition for Team Jotl's, right? Take him off the board and then start to implement your strats, then start to implement your gameplay. And I think you're right, Whiskey. It's going to need a little bit of buddy system, although they pushed 3 into kitchen and lost that fight.
Yeah, what can you do when the king is floating? I know that's going to get said an awful lot today is the problem. But you take a look, what else can this team do? Bring along the Lion, try and identify maybe a little bit of that roam clear. Dokubi's not available, and they do still have the Jackal and the Lion, so could be, try to find, can they isolate an M80x roamer? Can that be the piece of this changeup that they need? But Chalet is such a good map with a lot of these default spots. M80x right now playing it perfectly, not showing any cracks in the armor. And if you're going to lose one after he wins a three-person battle, right, they're going to win this game all day long. So there's the explosives coming out. Ash going to try and take down that shield. Still got the castles up, though, blocking entrance and access for this Jotlz attack.
That's right. They open one up. They do have the man advantage as we see the first minute ticked by and gone. It's kind of in a little bit of a wait scenario here. You can see a top floor hold dedicated, right? Got the Scopos into the bathtub, Castle's hanging on to the hallway, Stompin' sitting on that bathroom area, ready for the swing on Ash. It's the double. They find it. Rice is going to take one, and that's going to put us into a 5-3. Still a minute 29 left. The bees start to come out from Grim, trying to reveal the location of where these defenders are sitting at. They have got long angles set up galore, my friend, as they are just going to make it extremely difficult to push in here.
I was going to say, you still have the hard breach left alive. Macau is there. He's playing the thermite. He's got the option, but Franklin playing the two-brow, slowing that down literally, both figurative and here, making sure that they can't make the push in. Stompin's going to take that hard breach off the board, and it's not a 1v3, it's a 1v4 at this time. Takes down the C4, all that's left alive. It's going to be a tough one, and it's Franklin's C4 that's going to end it.
That's right. He's going to send a Kobe, and he's going to send it deep. Finds his first kill on the C4 as parts get plastered across piano.
What? Yeah. What a run there. 4 in a row now for M80X. We talked about, if you're just joining us, welcome everyone. This is game 1 of the single elimination bracket here in the Challenger Series. Open Qual number 1. Getting to cast this M80X team taking on Jotlz in the first best of 1. We're going to continue to follow this team as they roll through the bracket. And right now, roll through the bracket is probably the best description we've seen. This team is unstoppable right now. So what can Jotlz do? Talked about last time, bringing the explosives, dealing with some of the utility. But all the action happening upstairs on that second floor, they couldn't even get one piece of that hard breach open. So they're going to have some hard breach here. No, they're going to, well, I guess, bring along the ace. But look at this, locking down the basement stairs as well, locking down that main breach. M80X is playing Chalet very well, and Jotlz struggling to just find anything that they can do to just crack the armor a tiny bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe a little bit more dedication to the roam game, right? You can see Azami sitting all the way up in piano and bedroom, so cross-site vertical hold, which means you are going to have to push him. You are going to have to go take that fight, and you're going to have to do it early because he's going to play impact player towards the end of it. So what does the attack do? They bring out the Flores, right? Try to get rid of some of those Azami, or those Kiba barriers, which I imagine we see Azami getting banned out here on one of the next games you play against him. Already just a tough op to deal with, but when you put it in the hands of Stompin, who gets that static warfare, who can basically grab new deployable shields everywhere to stop the hold, that makes it incredibly difficult to get in. So Twitch starting to get in, make quick work of some of this utility, getting some of those drones off the board. Able to get a little bit of the hard breach opened up, right? Was it the bottom half?
Yeah, working the bottom half, but look at the Twitch drone here. Now trying to clear out some of this utility. Gets the Cade Claw. It's a little bit slower, so we are not seeing that opening pick here. A minute 50 left in the round. All 10 left alive in the server. Geez, just as I say it, stomping the opening pick again. I'm going to have to pull some stats on that because I think he has had the opening pick in at least 3 of the 4 rounds played so far.
Right, and he takes off one of the players that is the counter directly to it. Flores gone. No more Roteros to be able to flush Stompin out of these Kiba barrier areas. Now taking up residence on the midway point of blue. So has still a bit of a shield to deal with at the top when he got a Kiba barrier to go, and you can see there's still Fenrir up there to help support that push. Twitch going to try to get active. We do get equalized here. Numbers are sitting now 4-4 with a minute and 10 left. Defense starting to feel pretty good about round number 5.
Yeah, they can back off a little bit. They can take some extra time. The defense doesn't need to push these positions right now. All the pressure here on Jotlz. They're down 4-0 on their attacking half. Not necessarily the worst place to be, but really, if you wanted to pick up the standard split on attack here for Chalet, you got to pick up at least 2, but no. Unfortunately, Capital peaks. Franklin makes him pay for it, and we're in a 2v4, again with 40 seconds left.
That's right. Call Stompin the cook, the king, whatever you want. He's dealing with the burgers, that's for sure. Franklin goes down as a 417 rings out. It's a 3v2. About to find ourselves in a familiar situation if another attacker gets taken down. 9-2 he sits. Okay, Rice goes down, but it's traded back. Stompin to find one. Another goes down, and they are just looking impossible to beat right now.
Wow. Another M80, another M80 win. That's 5 rounds in a row. And obviously, thank you very much to those gifting subs in the channel. We have got a lot of Siege-themed emotes, including the M80 logo specifically here for this team, rolling along through this bracket. Fantastic. We're glad that you're here with us. If you're just new to the Siege Double Shot, we cover lots of games, T4 through T2 scene, and going to be covering all of the NA Challenger Series as it happens over the next 3 weekends, and certainly watching M80 as they play it out today.
Yeah, that's okay. 5-0. It's a tough start. If you're Team Jotlz, you got to find a way to stop the flow. And this, not a bad site to do it on. You saw how they brought it, right? They're going to switch it up a little bit. Now, Warden puts themselves on that trench warfare, so kind of extended out horizontally this time. I imagine we'll still see some of that vertical play. You can already see stomping on the Vigil up on the second floor, but we're spread out on the first floor, right? They're looking to hold a little bit longer when you finally deal with that vertical pressure. And how are they going to do it? Bucks on the board instead of Ram this time. They're going to bring the Thatcher to get that wall opened up, but no dedicated hard breach. No, oh, there he is. Ace is going to make the switch on Deimos. Which means they are going to have some hard breach from in. A little bit more of that direct approach, as you can see the Spearhead and Blitz on the board.
And one update that we've got, I know some of you fans in the chat, if any of you are Fluffy Aimers versus Space Shubes, that JJ Blast team, 7-2 victory for JJ and his squad over the Space Shubes. I know the Space Shubes may be done for today, but we'll certainly see them in the future quals. But look at that. Another stomping opening pick. The man is in the right spot on every map, every round that we've seen so far.
What do you do when you're the king? That's part of your vertical gone, right? And Sledge off the board. Recently reworked, puts himself in that 2-speed, but not quick enough to get away from the king. Main advantage now back into the hands of M80x as Blitz looking to get active in that trophy area. Waiting for the call, waiting for the green light to get in and put some pressure on. But they need the homie there to play off the shield. You can't just take it with a pistol only, as Stompin is set up in garage. And they do. They suss him out. Stompin goes down. Man advantage equalized. One of the better chances the Team Jotlz has here to claim their first round. Plenty of time on the board, minute 48. Now it's slow down, get some drones in, and find out where the rest of this roamer stack is at, because you still have to deal with Fenrir, who's sitting up in solar.
Yeah, this is a significant play here. We saw Aiden play for the flank, for that lurk downstairs in the basement when they were on a 2F site. This time, doing it in reverse. Basement site, holding on to solar in upstairs, distracting this attacking team from even being able to make the push in. Rice is able to trade out Clip, but it's 3-3. There's still plenty of opportunity here for Jotlz to find something, but they are very much going to struggle here against this M80 team. 1 minute left. They're still working. They don't have all of this electronic utility cleared. That breach is still solid. Plus Franklin continuing to play the 2 route to slow this thing down. 50 seconds left. M80 is looking to go flawless here in the first half.
That's right. Going to put some pressure onto this shield. Blitz going to drop down the hatch and start to force this pillar play. Hopefully catch him on the rotate, but Tubarow's rotating back, and the pressure in blue still here. So totally on the backside. Couple of shots onto the wall as a pre-fire is not going to amount to much there. They do get the wall opened up. A C4 is primed, prep, and ready. Might find a double for his troubles. No.
Wow.
One goes down as Vic gets taken down. Man advantage now into the hands of Jotlz. The smoke starts to go out, but it's answered back. A quick 2-piece, and now into a 2v1. Still playing spoiler. Fenrir comes down. Wine cellar. Blitz the last alive. He's got him close. He's got to make the push in the smoke. They're up top. They've got the double swing ready, and they're going to find it. Franklin tanks him off the board, and we are looking at a 6-0 half.
What a flawless way to start this thing out. We're getting to see, this is, if you're just joining us, round 1 of the Challenger Series, looking to see which one of these T2 teams is going to earn a spot in Pro League here today. This is the very first game in this single elimination best of 1 bracket, and M80 showed up in a huge way, knocking off a 6-0 half in the first game. We talked about Jotlz is a team of some T3, T2 players, but right now, just getting dominated by the M80x team.
Ooh-wee. 6-0. It's a tough half to be. Now, you are going on to your defensive side, so we expect them to take a couple of rounds to have some of that success, at least primary, secondary, getting towards that terse site where they have their first test. But, I mean, the problem is you got to deal with the aggression, right? M80 having that momentum in their hands, in their favor, they're going to get a little aggressive. They're going to take some swings and potentially going to be rewarded for it. Who does the defense bring? It's the Warden to stop those smokes and those flashes from being prevalent. You got the projectile denial in the hands of Wamai, Legion to slow him down, and Fenrir. I think Fenrir being that highlight, right? Fenrir being the one that's going to stop at least some of that quick action should they choose to get in early.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good option. Slowing this team down. We haven't seen them play on attack here in Challenger Series. We did obviously get to see this team play during the Crucible. That was the $7,000 tournament that they won just recently. Had an incredible run through that. Very few even round and map losses there. So we know that they're going to be very tough on their attacking round here, and obviously unbeatable on defense against this team. So I like what you talked about. Slow them down a little bit. But and trying to pick up some of this utility. The projectile deny of the Wamai, good option here. But right now, they're taking their time. They're not rushing this. They're not playing crazy, and I think that's the right move. They don't need to. They can play strategic, professional Siege at this point and still win, and that's what we're witnessing right now. 2 minutes left in this round.
Brava getting in, taking some of that intel away as they've sussed out some of those Fenrir gadgets, trying to make sure that they claim that space. Sitting at the top of blue, this is the push point. This is that critical spot that needs to be taken. You can see that Legion is down below, playing spoiler as he's making his way back up to that first floor, looking to try to catch somebody off guard. Flores drones coming in, which means they're going to, I believe, make quick work of that deployable shield. A little bit of intel as Wamai starts to rotate back up to Mez, but he's been sussed out. Will they put the pressure on? A couple of pre-fires. He's still allowed to stay up on that Mez right now.
We're still stacked 5, a minute 22 left. You can see a little bit of trigger discipline, a little bit of slow play coming out here from M80X, and surprisingly, the first time we saw this Jotlz team win an opening engagement, but Stompin answers back. It is a 2v3, I was going to say 2v4, 2v3. Stompin picks off another. Boy, with a minute left in this round, not sure which way we're going to see this one go.
That's right. Starts to be the first little bit of faith in the Jotlz team here as they claimed the man advantage. The verticality is had, so the pressure is now put on. Ooh, they have the intel, and Stompin's going to find it again. He's on the triple. Stompin now on pace for the ace. Franklin going to find it, though, and deny him his ace, which means back into a 2v1. Looking to put a 7-0 Stompin down. Last one alive is going to be the Warden. He's looking for that drone. He hears it. He gets sussed out, which means they know exactly where it is now. The double hatch drop, a couple of pre-fires, and they're going to find him. Franklin takes him down, and it's a GG's in the chat. As Team M80X says, GG, go next.
They certainly did. What a show that they put on here today, winning that first game here in a 7-0 fashion. Absolutely, you said it, putting a stomping down on this team. Congratulations to them. So, Team Jotlz, gonna have to try and attack this bracket next week, potentially when M80 isn't in that bracket and has an opportunity to try and get past round 1. The next match is coming up. We are going to continue following the M80X team as they proceed through the brackets. Just got a couple minutes to finish up the previous round. M80 went so fast, the other team is still playing.
Man, okay, the path to pro, the gateway to greatness. And Stompin just got the first key to unlock those doors. More Siege coming your way, folks. We will, if it takes a little bit longer, we'll be back with some Ranked maybe some Guess the Site. But we will keep you informed. We're trying to get that next game going very quickly. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. We love this scene. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you another M80 map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Well, we've got a few minutes because King Stomp and finish his game just a little bit too early. So we're still waiting on the other teams to get caught up so we can get the next one in. So we thought we'd take a second and walk you through a little bit how the Path to Pro works here in the Challenger Series, and specifically what the bracket's looking like for us here coming up today. Whiskey, take us away.
Yeah, that's right. We'll pull up the bracket here for a second just to take a look. I know somebody said, man, there is a lot of teams in this bracket, and you are certainly not kidding. There are tons. We had a round of 128 because at the beginning there was 158 teams registered. Not all of them actually got their team together and readied up in challenger mode. So we got to play out the round of 128. We take a look at where M80x and Stompin's team is playing. Incredible takedown there of Jotlz and a 7-0 victory. We're waiting on match 28 below to find out who are they going to be playing. And they're going to continue on. You can see the top half of that bracket there. But 64 teams left in it at this point. We're going to see the round of 64, the round of 32, and the round of 16 all played out today. So we have got at least right now 3 more best of ones to be played out in this bracket before we go into the quarterfinals. So plenty of opportunity here to see how M80 is going to do. And I got to say right now, my friend, certainly looking bracket blessed. And I think they have got a way to the #1 spot here in this Challenger Series day 1.
Yeah, bracket blessed, sure, but I mean, they've just been firing. It doesn't matter what tournament they're in, right? They take on the Crucible. They take on some of the best that T3, T2 has to offer currently in NA. So bracket blessed, yeah, maybe, but are they going to do it anyways?
Yes.
I think so. You know, I think they're going to take it up anyways. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of it at this point. They have become the team to beat. Stompin' has become the win con. And so now you got to prep for that specifically coming into it, at least for Challenger Series 1. And we get 3 of them, right? 3 quals to try to get your chance.
Yeah, that's right. In the NA side, again, if you're just joining us and not familiar with how Challenger Series works, lots of new things coming out from Blast here. This is the Challenger Series, the opportunity for the T2 teams and anybody in Siege to fight their way into a Pro League spot. That's right, 50,000 euros being given away plus a Pro League spot here in Stage 1 and 2 available to the winners. 3 open qualifiers into a Swiss stage playoffs to determine which team is going to get that spot. So there is a lot of opportunities, my friend. If you have a 5-stack, if you want to play, if you want to earn your spot in Pro League, you can do it. Anybody could register for the Challenger Series. Lucky for us, though, on this stream on the Siege Double Shot, welcome everyone here joining us for maybe the first time. All of our returning viewers, we appreciate it. We love covering Siege competitive landscape and getting to watch M80x play out today. And man, you said it, a unstoppable team. Whether or not bracket blessed or not, you said it. Incredible play to start off here.
Yeah, okay. So we've got, while we're getting ready, we got a couple of different avenues. If you like what you're seeing here, you can join our Discord. We've got lots of rank stacks going in, very Siege specific. If you enjoy talking about Siege, you can follow us on Twitter. I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at racingengr, and together we are at Siege Double Shot, where you can find all of the news from T4 to T1 on what is going on in the scene. We cast over 400 maps last year. So if you want some Siege and you want it at the amateur level, this is the place to find it. We appreciate the subs. We really appreciate the follows, and everybody just hanging here for freaking Challenger Series, baby.
Yeah, and you know what? You bring up a good point. We're partnered Ubisoft content creators, so drops are on. If you didn't get a chance to watch the Siege X reveal on Thursday, I know it was the middle of the day for the NA crowd. You may have had to been working, may have had to been in school, whatever, not able to catch it. Those drops are on. What you can earn is a beta release key for Siege X. All you got to do, watch at least 30 minutes here on the Siege Double Shot or any of the other partnered streams, but we appreciate you being here for it. You will get claim that drop. You will get an email with the opportunity there to install Siege X and play out the new 6v6 dual front mode. That's what the drop is. That's what's waiting for anybody that sticks around and watches 30 minutes here of any of the partnered streams.
That's right. And not a couple of hours, Craigs. We're looking at a couple of minutes. We're just waiting on the previous game to end. M80X just flew through their first round, so their opponent not quite ready yet. But we will be following M80 up at least for the rest of today, right? This is Qual 1, so if they take it all the way, we're not going to see him in Qual 2. We're not going to see him in Qual 3. So today is our shot to get as much of that stomping as we can get in. So we are waiting for them to finish up their game, and then we're going to get that lobby set, and then we're going to bring it right back to you. Whiskey, what you got?
Yeah, that's right. So I know if you watched us last week, we got to see some of the LATAM teams play it out. They're playing today as well, but significantly fewer teams, and they don't have Stompin playing, so that's why we're focused on over here. The European League is also going to be kicking off again. They were playing the Malta Cyber Series today, but this is all NA focus. This is the big weekend. Most of the teams here, the hardest set of bracket that you need to fight through, and M80X to Stompin and his team looking very good as they make their way through. So still waiting on which team it's going to be. Mod 1 taking on the Chillest Dudes. I'll pull that up again because that was kind of a funny to check out these teams. But like we said, anybody can join. Anybody can be a part of it. Mod 1 and Chillest Dudes, that's the game we're waiting on to see which one of them is going to be potentially the next fodder here for M80 and their cannons.
Okay, folks, so you heard it. Waiting on it. We've got the lobby going to get set up as soon as it's ready to go. If it starts to take too long, we'll come back in with a little bit of an update, maybe a little bit of Rankle, maybe a little bit of Guess the Map while we wait for that next match to be up and ready. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, hopefully, we're bringing you another map. Ayo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up
That is the greatest moment in my life, bro.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Well, the Stompin' lore continues here for match number 2. Whiskey, give us a quick update of what we're looking at here.
Yeah, there was some discussion in the chat. We were watching it here as we're waiting, trying to get the teams in the lobby about whether or not Mod 1 was quaking in their boots. Were they even going to play? Patch comes out with I expect them to be cleared even harder than the last one. He was right. They forfeit the game.
Yeah,
They
no
didn't
7-0.
even want to see a 7-0 victory go up against this team. M80 was playing so well. They beat the next team in the bracket without even playing.
The
I don't
Stompin'
think
lore.
I don't think I have seen that happen yet. Now, Mod 1, obviously, I'm being a little facetious. We're not sure why one of your players didn't ready up, but the lore here definitely says they beat the first team so hard, they beat the second team at the same time. We saw a forfeit. So, what does that mean for us? We're following the M80 team through the bracket. They're already waiting for their next match, but now again we're waiting on the previous one. So what we're gonna do was watch one of the other games going on right now as we wait. We're not gonna change off of M80. They just need to wait for the next match to finish. So that's what we're gonna do. Is we're going to go ahead and watch a different game for just a piece for a little bit of time while we try and figure out what's going on. So here we're gonna change over and watch Team Silence take on Core right now as a watch party here.
Yeah. No official cast from us going on for this one. We're still gonna follow the M80 bracket. We just now gotta wait for their third team as they took 2 teams out at one time. King Stompin', just floating.
Yeah, Mod 1 forfeited that. That's exactly what happened. They did not ready up in Challenger mode. Whether or not it was because, they were worried about playing against M80X or whether or not they were worried about playing Stompin'. Unfortunately, yeah, they forfeit their game by not readying up fast enough. Okay. And we did get confirmation. Merc and Super talking about it said that they forfeit that game, so not wanting to play. So what that means is we said we're going to follow M80 through the bracket. Now we're waiting on them. And let me take a look at the bracket real quick. That is Rikai Esports and Ambassador. They are playing currently match 77. So if you take a look at the bracket, you could see the bracket command in chat will show you the bracket here for Challenger Series. That's the one we're waiting on.
Yeah, and so we're going to take a look over here. Core Gaming. This will be one of those other teams to beat, right? Very prevalent in the comp scene. Had some successes. Not quite all the way to the tippy top, of course, but this will be one of the team to beat, and they sit up 3-0 currently.
Yeah, Core. So this is the roster of Exer, Brios, Inrio, Candle, Moses. They have been playing together for a long time. They played for Outlast a long time ago. So this is a known team in the T2, T3 scene here on the Core side. Silenced, on the other hand, I've got a couple names I recognize. Waffle. I mean, we've seen Waffle play from back in the Intelligence days a long time ago, but Core definitely the team to beat here. The better lineup, I think, between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, 3-0, not completely unexpected. Bank a decider map like it down into the basement, so which means we've already seen the first bit of round rotate, which means now Silence should see something that they can deal with.
Yeah. I'm also happy. I know we talked about it at the start of Bank that of the maps that are getting reworked as part of CJX, Bank is also on the list. I'm super happy about that. This is one of my favorite maps as well. Number 2 for me behind Chalet. So the fact we're going to get to see this, but look at this. Wow. 4K at the end, at the drop. Boy, Team Silence absolutely just completely lost it on the execute there. They fell apart. Jeez.
Yeah. Oops. That's not it. I put the wrong link in.
Yeah, trying to help out the chat. But again, I know we've got a lot of new people coming in. We were covering the M80 scene. We've been covering Bogo's Rava Roller series for Roller Sunday a few weeks in a row now, covering some of those from the casted perspective. We're bringing in that you don't always get to see. as a part of the POVs normally you see on those roller Sundays. So some of you may have seen us as a part of that. We're going to continue to do roller Sundays after the NAL Challenger Series is done. So for the next 3 weeks, we have got the Challenger Series. And while we were offline, we talked a little bit about how do you qualify, how many teams are going to get the spot. Coming out of the qualifiers today for Challenger Series, 4 teams move on to the Swiss stage. 4 teams are going to make it this week. 4 teams are going to make it next week. And just in from production. Next game is in. Who won it? Who won that game?
Ambassadors beat High, so it's Ambassadors versus M80 for the next game.
All right,
Oh, that was
M80.
quick.
Yeah, okay. They won a quick game too. That was a 7-1 victory. So M80X gonna have to face Ambassador Esports, and M80 is gonna be on the blue side again, right? Unnamed.
Ooh,
I forgot to
sneaky.
inform you.
Yo, tell me you
They
can
will not.
fix it.
Yeah.
I
So
can
are
put
we
it on my
gonna
side if you
hit a
want.
break here while we get set up, or are we gonna keep
Yes.
the watch party up? Yeah, break.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll take a quick break.
All right. Yeah, all right. We're here, chat. It's back. King Stompin' here for his match number 3 as he took 2 teams on at one time, knocked them both out of the tourney. We're going to see if they can continue that momentum on. My guess? Probably. But we'll see. It could play
Yep.
spoiler here. It's a best of 1. Anything can happen. This is any given Saturday, I guess. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you another map. Heyo!
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up on
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It is time. This will be the third game for Stompin' and his merry band of M80X. This is going to be a good one. What you think, Whiskey?
Yeah, incredible game. So we have already seen M80X Stompin' and his team take down that first opponent 7-0 and then beat them so hard they beat this next team in the bracket without even playing, taking a forfeit victory. So now we're on to the third game. They're taking on Ambassador Esports, and we'll pull up the bracket real quick just so you can take a look. Ambassador Esports taking on M80, the bottom half of this bracket. Sake, I think, is one of the teams to watch out for. They 7-1'd the Not Weebs down at the bottom, and they're waiting on Kraken or TBI as the two teams that are going to play. That's BJL, Hat playing on that team. Sake, that one might be the next best team in this bracket coming up. We're going to see that one following this M80X Ambassador Esports game. But first, we've got to get through it. So who is playing on these two? You know M80. Ambassador's the one we want to learn about here.
That's right. Not too many names that I'm familiar with. Fallacy, Dreamy, Yukio, Bogey, and Soap GN. Hoping to put a beat down against the favorite team here. Yet again, we find ourselves in the Who You Challenge David versus Goliath situation.
And thanks, Patch, for catching it for me there. Taking a look, my eyes got drawn to the Sake in the middle, but Forsaken, that's pretty funny. I love the Roman numeral there. Well played and good catch. So, all right, Forsaken, that's going to be the team. What is Ambassador Esports going to be, a bump in the road, or are they going to be a formidable opponent here for M80X? Part of it depends on which map it goes to, although I don't think that's the biggest piece of it.
No, but it is a part of the story. So let's take a look. Lair and Skyscraper yet again going to be some of the first maps to fall. The quickness of Border is gone. Cafe out. Consulate goes down. That's a little bit of a letdown. Bank and Chalet to follow, which means we won't see a repeat of map number 1, and which ultimately means the map we're headed to is my favorite. We start out with Whiskey
Let's
Run's
go
favorite for map number 1. We go to my favorite for map number 2. It's Nighthaven, baby. And what does that mean for these two teams? It means you can see mistakes being punished. That's one of the big things about Nighthaven. It is so spread out. So when those mistakes happen, you can claim that space, you can take that territory, and you claim a man advantage. So Nighthaven lends itself to that. Lots of vertical, both above and below. We see the 2 floors, and we see those really aggressive plays. I'm excited for this one, Whiskey.
Yeah, that's right. Me too. This one is going to be great. M80X taking on Ambassador Esports. And the thing about Nighthaven too, like we said, we have been casting the Rival Roller series on Sunday the past couple weeks leading up to these Challenger League, and the console players love Nighthaven. We saw a lot of Nighthaven being played, almost as much, I think, as we were seeing some of the other greats like Clubhouse. Seeing it here, I think, is a very, very dangerous place for Ambassador Esports to take this team. The problem is there's nothing good on the list. What do you do when you're playing against a nearly unstoppable M80 team? So Nighthaven's one the console players are very good at, and a lot of the origins, the core of this team coming from the console side. It's going to be a very tough battle here for Ambassador.
Look, I've got the win condition. You ready? Here's how you beat Stompin'. You got to take him to Skyscraper. You got to be on defense first, and Stompin' has to disconnect. Easy W.
M80X has to unplug their monitors. That's the way we're going to see this one played out. Gotcha. Dangerous here for this team. Chat might be right. The game already lost going to Nighthaven. I think that is significant how good the console teams are on Nighthaven, and specifically this M80X team. So don't want to talk about their early demise though. Fallacy, Dreamy, Yukio, Ivy, they've still got a chance. They're still in this. Can they find a win? Can they find a round, my friend?
Yeah, it'll be the tough part. But here's the fun part, right? The fun part of Challenger Series is that these are best of ones. And a team can have a bad game, right? You can not necessarily be firing on all cylinders when you get there. And spoilers, upsets, they happen. Will that be the case here? I don't know. As the team is not somebody that I'm uber familiar with, seems like it could be a little tough, but there could be some absolute gunners on Ambassador right now, right? If we set the win condition as you have to kill Stompin and claim that man advantage, that is definitely something that can happen, especially as he's feeling himself. He's going to be taking more swings. He's going to be putting himself into few of those disadvantageous situations, just kind of relying on his gun skill, relying on his teammates to get up. So in a best of one, this definitely is going to be the best chance that Ambassadors has to do it. Unfortunate that they took the battleground of Nighthaven Labs to do it. I mean, that one, what do you say for that? I mean, Stompin' and M80X's Merry Band of Men are incredible on Nighthaven. We've seen it a ton of times. But it's a best of one. We'll see.
There is some of the chat coming out saying, all right, don't sleep on Ambassador Esports. We're not familiar with their game. I hope they brought their game here because they have got a battle on their hands. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome everyone to the Challenger Series here in the NAL. These teams are fighting for a spot in Pro League. Challenger Series is back. The path to pro is real. You have got the opportunity to fight it out. 4 of the teams today from this bracket going to go into the playoffs, ultimately fighting for that final and single NAL spot available as an affiliate here for the winner of the Challenger Series. So anybody's game, anybody can do it. 4 teams today. Next weekend, another 4 spots are open for those playoffs. So get your 5 stack together, get ready. And the good news is if you're playing next weekend, I don't think M80 is going to be in the bracket, my friend, because they're going to win today.
Okay, are we just about ready to send this thing or what?
Yeah, we're close. Let's see. We were, oh yeah, just about 5 seconds away. The prediction is up. Who wants to drop some points, channel points here to see who is going to win it? Place your bets now. I hope the M80 fans show up. I hope the Ambassador Esports fans show up because it is time for Nighthaven.
That's right, Nighthaven Labs. Let's talk about it. Bans are important on this one. There's a couple of key elements that you see being brought along. Sometimes hard breach, not necessarily important, but who is important? Maverick. A key to the gameplay in taking that 2F, a key to the gameplay when you're taking that tank assembly area, mix that with a glass, can make for some very unruly holds. We're going to see it start out the same way we did for map number 1, M80X not wanting to deal with that Blackbeard, that shield that comes with an AR as well. You know what? Double it up. Monty's going to go as well.
You said it. The shield's such an important part of Siege in general, right? If you take away the names at the top, the ban's very similar. Nighthaven is a very good shield map, and I can see why the teams would want to ban that. M80X very consistent in banning out Blackbeard. Ambassador starting off on attack. They may not be a shield team, but they don't want M80X to have that available as they roll on. So the Valkyrie to go down, going to lose a piece of that intel. Big question, is it going to be a Azami?
No, Azami left on the board. Huge, right? It's huge for digging in on that catwalk. It's huge for holding on to that double that watches breach and tank assembly. It's huge for that extension up top when you're holding control in storage. Azami left on the board again. They just don't want to deal with that Fenrir. And I just want to point out for all the haters, when I said Valk needs a nerf, guess who's banned again? Valk is gone.
She's just that good. She brings a lot to the table, just like this M80 team does. So we're going to see them starting off on defense again. Going to be the spot that we do battle again. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone. Is Ambassador going to be the speed bump in the road that M80X takes to the finals, to the playoffs here today? Or are they going to put up a fight on Nighthaven? They start off on attack, and you said it early on. Maverick, one of the keys to this map. Ambassador heard you. They know the strat. Bringing him out.
I love seeing this here. Ambassador's bringing a good lineup for 2F on Nighthaven. You kind of approach it the same way that you see Jim Bedroom approached on Clubhouse. Double hard breach, two-pronged approach. The key here is open up IT, open up connector, open up all of the walls, the catwalk, and then start to kind of try to funnel this defense into each other, just constricting the scene more and more until you're able to start catching people on the rotate trying to get back into sight. So this is a good setup out of the attack. They've got a spearhead in the hands of Blitz. They've got somebody that can suss out where some of these default cams are at. No other real electronics on the board for them here to suss out. But there it is. There's that Mira again that can make it so difficult to deal with getting that breach open.
That's right. We saw Mira banned on the previous map on Chalet, so didn't see the option, but this has been a very common setup, and this is a bit of a risk here from this team. They had them, I was going to say, they were waiting. They opened up the Mira window, and to try to go for the Mav trick when you have the Mira and it's open is a death sentence for the player on Repel, and Stompin proves that again, getting the opening pick. Are you kidding me? We have seen him pick up, I think that is 6 opening picks on defense between Chalet and Nighthaven here today already.
Yep, and so they do get the breach off, but it comes at a cost. Fallacy reduced to a very low HP after finding themselves on the wrong end of a frost mat down below. Blitz kind of poised and pressed up to make that push in here towards electrical, one of those critical push spots, and they've got who's in place to deal with it? Vic Bands. He's on the Warden. He's got a shotgun. One of the ways that is absolutely devastating for a Blitz to try to push into.
Yeah, the shield, the Warden holding on. Did we see the shield go down? Yes, a little bit of that backup there. The utility gone. We talked a lot about that during Chalet, that one of the things the attacking team needed to focus on this M80 defense, clearing out utility. And we did not see Jotlz team do a very good job. I mean, they struggled to make that happen. This time, a little bit more focus. They've got some space in. Only that opening pick down so far, as we're at 50 seconds left in this first round.
That's right, doing a great job at stalling out this defense, but they're primed, they're poised. It's a Warden on a shotgun trying to just make the push up onto the Blitz. Vic Man takes him down, is traded out as Yukio is able to find the trade from pushing in to IT, but now puts us into a 4v3. 30 seconds left. They've taken a little bit of space, not quite the necessary needed, so it's a push towards that electrical or IT and onto that catwalk area, forcing the Mira, or forcing them back onto the Mira. Stompin able to find Yukio off the board, looking towards that, and that's going to be
another
second. He's on a triple kill, excuse me. You know what? Just break out the barbecue sauce for that 4-piece. Stompin is going absolutely crazy already.
We saw him pick up 3, was it? It was 2 or 3 3K rounds on Chalet. We were waiting for the 4K. He got close once. He pulls it off on round 1 of Nighthaven. We talked about this being a very difficult battle for Ambassador, but geez, as a way to start it off, M80 putting on a bit of a show. Ambassador, you're not done yet. For the fans in the chat, pump up this team. They've got an opportunity here to show what they can do against a team that honestly makes a case for being in Pro League before even fighting their way through Challenger Series.
It was not a bad push, right? They brought the operators that they needed. They took some of that devastating space. The thing is Mr. WinCon is just going around frying people. So now they take it down to the basement, or down to tank assembly, and no dedicated hard breach. They understand those walls are going to get open if the attack chooses to do so. Thatcher's on the board, Impact, EMPs, Maverick is available. So instead of putting some effort into that, we're going to see the castle being brought out, right? Put themselves in position for an extension to help support Stompin and his roam game here. And folks, they're taking it all the way up to the 2F. This is such a time torch because you have to put bodies onto it. Now, you can take the direct approach, and IGL is looking at this setup saying, hey, there's only one person sitting down in tank assembly. Rice is the only person we have to beat. The problem is you still have to deal with the vertical, and there is soft breach everywhere.
You've only got one opportunity at it as well, and they would have to be prepared walking in thinking that's the execute strategy to try, because if they wait even just a moment, I'm sure this M80 defense going to identify that, make the change up. But you can see it here. You got Thermite upstairs holding on. He's working on the connector wall. They are not taking the direct approach. They are working on the top-down clear. I don't think that that's going to work for them. They've got to get some early opening picks here, though. Stompin's been unbelievable on the opening pick. We talked about it. 6 rounds he's had the opening pick out of the 8 that we've played so far.
Yeah, I think top-down clear is the play. You can't leave Stompin roaming around. You can't have Aiden up on 2F when you're trying to make that push in. So, yeah, they've got 4 people dedicated to it, and they're trying to make that suss out right now. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull it off. Still holding on to that vertical, starting to make the push in. There's a couple of shots as all 5 members are now putting themselves up there. Aiden does go down. That was the first bit of the win con, and that's going to put Stompin to rotate over towards River. He's got an opening here. And they're going to find that first bit, and there it is. Stompin's going to take Yukio off the board. That's going to be the equalizer here. So the man advantage is seen similar. Now the attack team still has to put that pressure on. And there it is. Buck goes down. There goes Jackal. No way is he going to do this again, folks.
He's
no
upstairs.
Way.
5 of this team are taking on the fight in the 2F. He's holding it single-handedly. Vic now backing him up, but this was a complete hold here from M80 by a single guy, backed up by only 1 player. Now he is still left alive, but Stompin with a double to finish it off. Was that another 4K? Or 3K?
No, Vic, that was a 4K. That was a 4K. Vic, I believe, found one of them, but I think he's sitting 8-0 currently. That's crazy. That's crazy.
8-0. You called it out, and boy, and an assist on 2. He is 8-0 with an assist on 2. He hit the other 2 guys. What we're watching here today is really an unbelievable performance. We hate to, as casters, really focus on one team, one player, because there's 10 guys in this lobby, but that stat line right there, somebody clip that one, because it's going to be need to be signed in the future for how good of a start these guys had. Now, Ambassador taking a little bit of a secondary approach here, taking the timeout. We didn't see Jotlz party take the timeout at all. We didn't see them try and slow this team down at all. This is the opportunity to get into Pro League. Ambassador Esports wants to use every asset they have available, and that includes taking a timeout and slowing down the engagement. Now they've seen 2 sites, second floor and basement. How is M80 going to play it? What can you do to adapt on the attacking side? I'd like Ambassador taking a little bit of a timeout here to try and analyze the situation and even just take a breath.
Yeah, it's not a bad. We see that timeout buff in place, right? A lot of times, and we'll say, 65 to 75% of the time, the team that takes that timeout has a second to talk about it, can come up with a win on the other side of it. So stop it a little bit early. They've got close on that last round. They had a couple of shots going back and forth. They got closer to equalizing on the numbers. So they're going to switch it up a little bit, right? They're going to switch it up. They're still going to bring the blitz along, still have that spearhead. This time, that agent of chaos, Ying, going to be in with those devastating candelas.
We don't get to see even though Ying used to be one of those ops that was banned constantly, I think that team started to pull them out of their rotation because she was banned so often. I mean, we went through like most of year 9 with the Dokkaebi Ying bans as the primary, so teams just sort of stopped playing with her. So you're brought out occasionally, and here they're going to try it. And you said the Dokkaebi and the Ying, both of those banned ops from year 9, making an appearance here in year 10, season 1. Again, welcome everyone to the Challenger Series.
Okay, extension up top. Stomp puts himself on the castle, makes sure that they hold on to that vertical. Bringing that blitz back out again to try to push up and grab some of that space, and they're taking some. Oh, here's the first bit of engagement. Blitz pushing right up, trying to get active early, but the power of friendship is in place.
What a double!
Well-placed C4 is going to find one. Aiden takes Fallacy off the board, and it just quickly falls apart for Ambassador, right? We see Stompin get 2 back-to-back 4Ks, but the problem is the rest of this team is incredibly good, right? We've got like ex-pros that are just bringing the heat as well. So yeah, you got to deal with Stompin', and then you got to deal with the rest of M80X. Not a bad play. They find themselves in a 5-1. M80X looking to try to get a flawless for round number 3.
You're still a Dreamy here. That's the thing that he wants to avoid. Can he avoid the flawless? This is a tough shot here. To try and take down a 5-stack. It was after the timeout. We talk about the timeout buff here on the Siege Double Shot all the time. The team that takes the timeout has got a better than 50% chance, maybe 60, 70% chance of winning the next round when they take some time to think about it. We're going to have to exclude these M80 games from that stat, though, because they're unstoppable right now. It doesn't matter if Ambassador took a timeout the way this is playing. Dreamy's going to give it a go, though, and unfortunately walks right into a castle barricade. You can't gain any space. Going to have to make the round rotate outside. Oh, down the stairs again to try and find an opening. But he's going to run into an M80 player on every floor of this map.
That's right. A tough hill to climb back from. No damage done to the defense. So instead going to take the scenic route. 45 seconds. Maybe take, I guess, a faux timeout here. You've seen it done quite a few times where it's a little bit, not hopeless round, but a 1v5 is a tough situation to find yourself in. So you take a little bit of extra time. You give your team a second to talk about what the heck just went down. What just happened is what he's doing right now. 22, and we're going to see M80 find their 3rd win on the round.
That's right. Dreamy trying to find something. Really, the M80 team not throwing bodies at it either. To me, this is one of the reasons that they're so good, right? We're not seeing them take incredible risks, right? When Stompin' was upstairs on the 2nd floor at the end of that previous round, he was basically by himself with a little bit of backup from Vic. They weren't throwing 5 players upstairs to try and take on that battle. They're not throwing bodies at a single guy that's left out, giving him 1v1 opportunities to win. They are playing like a team that belongs at the highest level of play in Siege. That's the reason that I think we're going to see this team continue on, potentially win the final here for this open qualifier number 1 in the Challengers Series, and likely see them succeed even further than that if they can make it into this playoffs and then into Pro League.
Just want to say a quick thank you so much to everybody hanging out with us, watching the King play. All the subs, all the follows. You guys have just been incredible to these 2 casters who just love the game of Siege. Whether it's PC, whether it's console, we just want to watch it play out. And we're seeing a fun mixture of the two as the console scene collides with PC and trying to make it on the path to Pro. Taking it back up to 2F, they find themselves a flawless 3-0 start.
Yeah, and for those of you, again, just following, you've helped us cross the 3,000 follower mark today. A fantastic milestone, a huge part. Like Glitter said, we're happy to be a part of this community. Lots of emotes, specifically here on the Siege Double Shot, designed around this community, this team. M80, the controllers, the King. Everybody here supporting us, so appreciate it. And watching M80 put on an absolute show, clinical approach to the strategic tactical game of Siege.
Okay, so onto the defense. They're going to switch up some strats here. Not going to bring the mirror onto the main breach. Instead, we're going to see a little bit of bandit tricking, as you see both the bandit and the Cade on the board. So they got a little bit closer on this first round where they opened up everything, started to put some damage onto these defensive players. So they're switch up the strats, a little bit of adaptation. Maverick going to open up onto the bandit holes. See if they can get some of these charges off the board, but yet again, could be susceptible to the C4. Which does ring out. Nobody's going to find that death. Kay didn't actually bring one along. He opted for those barbed wires instead. So currently, shows all C4's gone. Now, it could be a couple of pre-plays. Here it is. Nook making their way up from the basement, looking to try to find somebody active on the rotate. Maverick still making quick work. You can hear that C4 pinging in the difference, or pinging in the distance here. So a potential to catch another one, maybe. They're opening up that main breach. Now it's time to start to put some pressure onto this defense. Nook, maybe with the play here, as they have found themselves sneaking up. No, not going to happen. Aiden!
What a double!
Jesus! Shoot, pivot, shoot! Finds himself two. Main advantage back into the hands of M80X, and now a big uphill climb for Team Ambassador.
That's the Maverick down again. We have seen Ambassador try and utilize the Maverick. You said how important it is on Nighthaven here, and they knew it. They brought it out. They tried to run it, and he has fallen apart every time. They have really not gotten the utility out of Maverick that they needed. In a 3v5 with a minute left, M80 again. They are shutting down all of the attacks. It doesn't matter what floor it is on, what the approach they're taking right now. They have got something to answer back. Work on clearing the utility, work on opening up some of these sight lines, but M80 is there to answer every time.
That's right. And so Flores drones go in as they start to try to disrupt the flow of the defense here. Couple of shots as one rings through, but they still got this Mira that they've got to deal with, which still has some of those Cades or those Banshees or those Bandit charges behind it. A quick swing, but Rice is going to take Fallacy off the board, which does put us into a 5-2. Give Rice the double for his trouble. Aiden's going to go make this round flawless, as it is just two players on that round that just absolutely handled.
All right, what we've seen so far of this team, we saw Stomping go 4K 2 rounds in a row to open this thing up, including 2 assists. He either killed or took a shot on every single player, every single kill to start this thing off. They finish off round 4 with a flawless. This is after an Ambassador timeout. Right now, they are shutting down this team at every angle. And if you're an Ambassador fan, now is the time for them to step up. Maybe that typical 4-2 split you see on Nighthaven on a defender-sided map, they could come together. But they've got to fight it out in the basement. That full round rotate, all 3 sites gone through, dominated by M80X. Ambassador has seen that now. They could make an adaptation, but M80's not letting their foot off the gas at all. Bringing out the cap can, bringing out the castle, and Stomping going to continue to play the vigil. Upstairs, holding on to server with the Boss G, where we saw him get a 4K back on round 2.
Ambassador's not doing a bad job of taking up space, right? Of claiming that real estate once they get, once they force those defenders back just a little bit. So what's the answer by M80? They're going to bring out the cap can. A late round cap can is fun because not only are you not expecting it, you're not looking for those, and if it doesn't go sussed out, if you don't get it, then it's a free kill, right? And one that will slow down. Even if you don't get a kill, this is going to make you check every single doorway. Almost doubting yourself that you've sussed out all of the cap can drones. You're just going to have to look for it on every single one. Doors, windows. So it's going to slow you down. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult to take that space. And they didn't bring somebody to look for it. No IQ on the board. No Brava to be had to steal some of those. So not quite prepared unless they're just going to shoot them down.
All right, 2 minutes, 22 seconds left. What's M80 working? They're bringing out this Dokkaebi Ying combo again, holding on, but again, basement site, and you see, this time, Aiden upstairs, Stomping upstairs, everybody except for Rice holding down one of the other floors. They have got a very spread out defense. We know that this is a very successful defense in general, but when executed by this team, they are showing just how good they are. Now, I'd say they fell off even a little bit early at this point, dropping back down to the first floor. They may be working themselves towards more of a bunker strat. That's going to make it difficult for Ambassador here. They have the ace, but boy, it just feels like they've got their work cut out for them. You see all of those blue outlines moving, covering those power points. And right now, Ambassador struggling to get anything going. Aiden's going to come around for the flank on Bogey to start this one off.
Yep, and so they find themselves that first kill. Ace is off the board, does give the man advantage back over to M80, and one of those hard breaches gone. So, tough spot to find yourself. They still do have the Habana. They can open up some of these castles. They can open up some of that vertical. So, still got a potential to get some stuff opened up. A couple of quick shots is going to see Buck with a little bit of damage. He puts himself on a 5 HP and a dream scenario. The Dokeby call goes out, trying to suss out these defenders. They're mostly sitting on the first floor. No vertical up above, but we do have Warden down below to play spoiler. He's got the C4 in hand to potentially stop any sort of plant and allow himself to get that rotate back up should he prove to be necessary. Yin Candela's going to start to put some pressure on as a util dump comes from... Oh, man, comes from the hatch.
Shut
Dealt
down.
with immediately. Aiden finds that first kill. Man advantage in a heavy way as Vic Bands finds himself a double rewarded. Dokeby the last alive. They are going to find the first. Vic Bands goes down. They're able to pick up that diffuser. Looking to find one on the rotate. Looks for it. Finds it. He's going to take Stomping down. Boy, those are the first two win conditions met. If you got to be on pace for the ace, this is the best way to start it. Take down the two top frags, the two goats. Aiden is still up there in his 6-1 position, and with 7 seconds left, there's just not enough time. Quick swing is going to see another go down as Aiden finds himself on the triple, but time has been torched. Gone.
Wow, and significant about that round here on round 5 of Nighthaven was the first time Stompin had died on any round. His first death walking into this map. So that is, again, a tremendous stat to back up that 8-0 start that he had. Ivy, fantastic job. Again, M80 having the trigger discipline, not taking that fight at the bottom of the stairs, not swinging, just waiting. Ivy wins that battle, but it was not enough to win the war. M80 goes up 5-0. Now, I know there was a lot of discussion in the chat about what do we call this, right? For anybody that's just joining us that's unfamiliar with Blast's new version of Challenger League, no longer Challenger League, now called the Challenger Series, and is truly the path to Pro League. Out of these open qualifiers here in North America, there are 3 open qualifiers. The top 10 teams, we'll call it, 4 from the first 2 from the second qualifier, will go to a playoff in order to see which team is going to earn a spot in the Pro League. The actual Pro League for Stage 1 and 2 as an affiliate team in the Blast Rainbow Six Siege esports environment. So, if you want to call it T2, if you want to call it the Path to Pro, all of these sort of appropriate. Anybody was able to join, though, unless you were already on a T1 team, but why would you play a qualifier at that point anyway?
That's the truth. Maybe just for a little bit of the clout, huh? So you're saying at the end of this, after the playoffs are done, we will see a team in Pro League, is what you're saying?
That's right. Out of the 10 teams that qualify from the open qualifiers for the next 3 weekends, 3 are also going to come from the LATAM qualifiers. The top 3 teams that didn't win the LATAM qualifiers, 2, 3, and 4 are going to play, plus an invited team as well. Also, a little bit surprised we didn't see M80 get the invite. If they were to lose, I would imagine they may pick up an invited spot. It could be just the best of the teams that are left for those invited spots. It was going to be 16 teams fighting it out in that Swiss stage for the playoffs here again. Open qualifiers here for Challenger Series. Who is going to get that spot? And right now, again, M80 looking good. Ambassador from the attacking perspective. They're using the hard breach this time. They have got part of the wall open. Blitz is making the push in, but he's got to fight the two-brow. He's got to slow him down, and there it is. A great toss, and the opening pick again. Franklin is almost unbeatable with the C4s, my friend.
No kidding. He is absolutely launching them deep and finds 3 in the last 2 rounds for his trouble. So that is going to be the hero of the last round off the board, the person who found the 3 kills. One of the only couple of members that is even having some kills. So two-brow slowing him down yet again, proven to be difficult to deal with. They did get part of that wall opened up, but it slowed it down. So again, with the time torch here by M80x, as they're just doing everything to slow these guys down. They've taken some space, but there's a double here on Aqua. That Blitz can't even make the push up because there's 2 people there for it. Franklin to find 1, Vic Bands to find another, which is now going to put us into a 5v1 scenario. Vic takes 1 down. It's the Blitz. There's a C4, and it is going to be a flawless round for M80x yet again. So yeah, and just to clarify one more time, this is not your chance at T2. This is your chance to make it to the Pro League. M80 putting on a good show for that.
All right, so we opened up the day here in the Challengers Series. Qual won with M80 taking on Jotlz. They 7-0'd that team and sent the rest of the bracket maybe a little running scared. The next game, a forfeit victory from M80X. We didn't even want to see, Mod1 didn't even want to take the battle to the screen. In this case, Ambassador Esports won their next battle, but a 6-0 half for M80 on defense. What a show. So, defensive sided map, maybe a little bit. Best opportunity here for Ambassador, and now a must-win scenario. This is a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. If they want an opportunity to move on in this Challenger Series Open Qualifier, Ambassador must win 6 in a row just to force OT. And against this team that put up 2 flawless rounds in the last 3 is a tough battle.
Well, especially when you've got 2 members of the defense sitting on that 0 and 6, 0 and 5 position. It is a mental shocker. It's a tough place to find yourself, especially on the backside of it. So 3, 6, 7. I mean, the Kings got more kills than Ambassador as a whole.
That's a stat that I don't think fans of the Ambassador wanted pointed out. But man, when you're talking about how this game is playing out, what's the general feel right now? That's tough to deny at this point. Yeah, you can throw some claymores out, you can throw some of this utility, but one of the things that we have not seen M80 do is over-aggress on defense. And Stompin' gonna continue, not another opening pick, this time holding on to the IT wall. They use the Maverick, open up the shot, take it down from above. Bogey's going to try to get some of that C4 magic that Franklin was holding on to this position, but he's too late. He holds back, hesitates, doesn't take the shot when he needs to, and we're going to see that wall opened up. Again, opening pick there. No opportunity for the C4. It's 2 minutes in, but this thing feels like it's almost over.
That's right. Vic Bands takes Warden down, and that's going to make Warden still a 0. He's killless. Tough place to find yourself. And maybe trying to find themselves another flawless as Vic Bands is going to take Bogey down now into a 5v2, minute 46.
Oh,
Vic
no.
Bands on the
No!
aiming to find it, and it's a flawless 7-0 again. M80 proving to be unstoppable in their path to pro, in this gateway to greatness. Boy, they are proven to be the ones to beat.
You said it. Stompin' again, MVP as we roll in. What a shot from him. 9-1-3 as the way that round finish off. Crazy, my friend. Crazy, that's what we got to see. If you were joined us for that map, I think you got to witness a little bit of greatness, and not because it was just the King playing, because the way that team played every aspect of it. C4 is on point, defense on point, opening picks on attack. We didn't even get to see how good they can be on attack because we've only seen 2 attacking rounds total from M80 over 3 games. 2 attacking rounds in 3 games, my friend.
That's a crazy stat, Whiskey Run. 2 attacking wins, flawlessly done, 7-0, and a forfeit. Okay, well, I think we got one more for you. We got another Siege game for you.
We do, and you know what? We'll talk about it again. I know we talked about it during the round, but just so we can clear up any sort of the confusion here, we are watching the Challenger Series, different from the Challenger League of the past, but it is the new Path to Pro League here from Blast and the R6 team coming out. So we get to see 3 open qualifiers in North America. Anybody can register unless you're a T1 player. Anybody can register. T5, T20, T2 teams playing it out here in this bracket today. And that's one of the reasons I think we've seen some lopsided games is if you have to go up against M80 in the bracket, you're going to have a tough time. But like we said, 10 teams making it in from the open qualifiers into the playoffs, my friend. And the winner of the NAL Challenger Series playoffs gets an affiliate spot in the Pro League, Stage 1 and Stage 2.
Yeah, and tough to find yourself going up against M80X. But if you want the shot in Pro League, right? You have to beat them. You have to play the other teams in Pro League if you make it. This is the caliber of player that you have to take on, or you're just going to find yourself sitting in relegated to T2, relegated to T3. So anybody's shot to do it, but you got to bring the gameplay to back it up. We are trying to get the lobby set back up for this last game for M80. Just want to take a second to say we did crest that 3,000 follower mark. Just so incredibly grateful to each and every one of you, allowing these guys to do exactly what we love, and that's talk about Siege. That's bring about a culture of togetherness between PC and console, and just promote Siege as a whole. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for hanging with us. And thank you to Ubisoft for putting this bad boy on, man. It just doesn't get any better than this, my friend.
That's right. If you're just finding us, if you're just getting to see the Siege Double Shot stream for the first time, we're very close to our 1,000th game casted together. We're going to do some math and figure out just how close we actually are, but we casted, or 1,000th map, we casted 260 games last year in 2024, 460 maps. Average more than 1.25 maps per day the entire year. So we love Siege, love being able to bring it. Recently started casting Bogo's Rival Roller series. You may have seen us there casting those games as well, giving an alternative to those POV cams. And we're going to continue to do that here in the Challenger series. So welcome everyone. The follows and subscriptions mean a lot to us. All those custom emotes, Siege focus specifically here, looking forward to giving that and continuing to bring more of these games to you. And we've got a lot more. I mean, we've got one more M80 game at least today, maybe two. We'll see how far this bracket goes today. We'll be bringing you the games again tomorrow as we work on the final 4 teams that are going to qualify. And we'll continue that all the way through next weekend and the weekend after. See how it goes, my friend.
That's right. And since we do cast all of these games, we could potentially be your good luck charm. Every time we've cast Mingo, he's won his roller series tournament, his rival roller.
That's right.
Every single time. So, get us on there. Let us cast you. And potentially you could be the next champions coming out in the Siege Double Shot realm. Okay, folks, we're going to get the lobby set back up. So give us a few minutes where we see who M80 is going to take on next here in the bracket. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you another map. Ayo!
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Well, you're not going to believe this, but M80X has done it too quick again. Even with the forfeit, makes it even quicker. We're still waiting.
Yeah.
We got to wait for that next one to get going. So we're going to do a little bit of watch party here and watch one of the other games while we're waiting for M80X to get ready.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about it early on. M80X so good at the game right now that they are beating the bracket into submission, both from a team perspective and from a time perspective. Just moving through this thing so fast that we're going to have to wait. So Glitter said it. We're going to switch over. We're going to do a little watch party and watch one of the other streams that's going on as we wait for M80 to play their next round. And we talked about it. Their next game could be against a Forsaken team. That's their team name. That is very, very good. So very much looking forward to that. But right now we've got Outlast taking on Fluffy Aimers. And this is the Outlast team that just won the Denver LAN, that Ubisoft T2 tournament taking place out in Denver, put on by Nerd Street. This is the Outlast team that won that whole tournament. So Fluffy Aimers right now on Sky. It is a defender-sided map though, my friend. Wouldn't count it out for Outlast yet.
That's right. Can you throw it up onto the big screen for me so I can see it a little bit better as well? Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's a skyscraper. So a 5-0 half, not a huge problem, but you do want to take one. You don't want to go into your other side of it in the deficit so much that you can't come back from it. And 6-0 starts to feel that way. So this is going to be a big round for Outlast right here.
Yeah, it's, you know, and somebody asked the question, and it's something we definitely gonna have to figure out. JJ playing under Fluffy Aimers, there was a question mark, right? Fluffy Aimers had some, it seemed like financial trouble, had dropped their roster, right? And we thought maybe Fluffy was one of those orgs that was sort of in this nebulous area of not paying their players, not fulfilling the commitments that they agreed to. And I'm not sure whether or not, it looks like it may have been resolved, and JJ and squad back under this org.
Well, I mean, fingers crossed, but say it isn't so that a Siege org didn't pay its players. Hopefully they're able to come back from that, especially because Fluffy Aimers, man. Fluffy Aimers, they've got the coolest, like, merch ever. Have you seen the Fluffy Aimers plush? Want one.
Yeah, this is, and looking at this as a 5-0, I know we talked about it, defensive-sided map, Skyscraper is one of the worst, but it's a tough spot for the Outlast team right now. 0-5. They got to put up one, though, prevent that sweep, and then work on the reverse. Skyscraper is so defensive-sided, very, very difficult from an attacker perspective. We'll see if that changes at all with, I don't know whether or not Siege X is going to change the flow of the game here for Skyscraper. This map is so defensive-sided.
Yeah, I don't think so. Outside of a rework, it's just a difficult map to get into, right? Lots of rappel, lots of places that you can rat in the corner and wait for that kill that is going to inevitably pass you at some point. So outside of a rework, I don't see much of that happening. Doesn't matter what sort of game mode we're playing on.
Yeah, that's a good point. This map is... It would have to have some sort of a rework, yeah, something to nerf the defensive sites. It's right. Foxay talked about it. Skyscraper, like, you can't even get in the building sometimes. It's so difficult to just make that push in. Like, you end up stuck on rappel, stuck outside. The big question is, I would love to see how would M80X handle attack to start this thing off. I want to see that, my friend.
Attack rival going to take themselves to C4 as the Clash tries to, I don't know what, expose their back to the explosion that followed. But 6-0 is a tough place to find yourself, even when you're playing on Skyscraper. But this is a really good team, Whiskey. Outlast is incredible. You talked about it. They just won a big T2 tournament. It was on LAN. The pressure was on. The stream was... Well, I mean, they weren't really streamed, but so that pressure wasn't really there. But outside of that, all of the pressure of the LAN and the T2 scene, they came out on top. They did it. They proved it forward. So we got to see a flawless reverse sweep here on Skyscraper. I think if there was a team to do it, Outlast could probably pull that off.
Yep. And good question in the chat. Can we watch the Kraken's game? We wanted to. The Observer was so close. That game started 4 minutes before our game, before the M80 game ended. We were very, very close to being able to watch that game as well to feed in, but unfortunately, it is being played off stream. So it is being played, but being played off stream. I don't believe right now there is any of the community casters that are watching it. There's only a few today right now. Obviously, ourselves were. Somebody asked the question earlier, how many streams are there? There's a few partnered community casters that are part of the Ubisoft esports community casting today. The channel we're watching currently is our good friend Alias, who's casting with Sirius. A couple of the they have a podcast. A couple of the Element casters watching this one with us as well. So this is over on Alios's channel. So, but yeah, unfortunately, Kraken and versus Forsaken not available. We are only going to get to see the winner of that game take on M80 once we get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that, I imagine, probably going to go into the hands of Forsaken. They've been kind of on a tear in the first part of the bracket here, so
Yes.
could be maybe that first iteration of a an actual test here for M80 comes in at that point. We'll see. I mean, it's a big question.
That's what we said 2 rounds ago, was that Forsaken looked like one of the better teams, one of the teams that probably has got the most opportunity there to put up a fight for the M80 guys. And I was just taking a look at who was on that roster. So Hat, right? We know Hat was playing on Oxygen as a T1 player, not on the team anymore. BJL, Gasher, we also know from back in the TSM days before TSM pulled out of Rainbow Six. So Gasher playing on that team. Zach and Jabates. And again, some of yeah, I mean, that they dropped out, right?
Yeah, that's what happened.
I respect the hating, Gilly. I respect the hating.
Yeah, it's Forsaken looks like one of the better teams as well. So they're taking on Kraken, Arno, Tox, Terror. This is a team that we've seen a bunch of times on the Siege Double Shot as well. So I would have loved to have seen that game, but like we said, just unfortunate. It was so close. So unnamed, I appreciate you. We working the behind the scenes part of it. So one of the other games that's going on, I wanted to see as well. Turtle Tactics taking on TSG. I know we had some of the TSG guys in the chat earlier. Unfortunately, we couldn't see Turtle Tactics and TSG play it out. That one also being played off stream. And Turtle Tactics, that's the Nick Mint stack where they're streaming all of their scrims, streaming all of their strats, showing what it's like to operate as a T2 team. Very cool for them. So we'll see. TSG's got their work cut out for them. I think they're a great team. They 7-2'd Luminescence on their way to fighting Turtle Tactics.
I love that, right? You see that series on Amazon where they take you inside the football, right? I can't remember what the show is called, but you get the comms, you get the practice, you get the actual inside look, and that's kind of what that Nyx Minty stack is doing. They're giving you the inside look, and honestly, that's one of the reasons that I started casting outside of wanting to watch, obviously, pro play, was I wanted to hear the comms. I wanted to
How
know
do I
the
play this
call-outs.
game?
I wanted to do the dang strats, and you can't find that anywhere. So it's inventive, it's fun. I look forward to seeing, and I hope that they have a bunch of success with it. I hope this is a tactic that starts to spread out a little bit. And you know what that will do? That will force some new strats. That will force some new map takes. That will force some new map holds instead of just kind of that same old strat. I think it could be fun.
Yeah, getting to see it change up, not just and I think not just the strats, but also how is a T2 team operating in general? What's something different that they're doing that if you're a T4, T3 team looking to make the push up, what else could you do differently? Strategy, how they manage the game. I think that's a very cool part of it. So I like Turtle Tactics. I like what they're doing. I like TSG though as well, so that's a tough one. I hate when you're a caster and you have to pick which team you want to see win, because like look at this game, Outlast taking on Fluffy Aimers, 6-1. Outlast has got to put up an incredible defensive half to keep this thing alive. One of these two teams is going to lose and go home from this single elimination bracket, and they're going to have to try again in Qual 2 next weekend.
The proverbial bus ride home. Nobody wants to take that, especially when you get a little deeper into the Qual here. You've made it past your first 3 games. You're looking to potentially find yourself into the best of 3s, and then you got to go home. It's a tough place to find yourself, but is Siege, and that's where we're at right now. Fluffy Aimers up 6-1. Outlast trying to get themselves back into this. You see some space being taken up by the Monty. Incredible basic walking drone here, provided all kinds of intel. Throwing a couple
C4
of
shot.
gadgets. No kidding. From the other side of it, the power of
Yes.
friendship keeps Monty alive.
Oh, Zonky walks unfortunately into the waiting. Oh no, Zonky, that was taking down Twist. He's the one that walked in. That's the Maverick down, boy. We've not seen Maverick be super successful here on our stream today. But of course, it was against a lot of them, like we said, against M80. We didn't get to see very many attacking rounds. Only 2 M80X attacking rounds on the stream shown so far. So like we said, who is it going to be? Is it going to be Forsaken, that game being played off stream if you're just joining us? But right now, the battle back and forth, the trades, my friend.
Oh my lord, 2v1 playing off of the swing here. They've got the idea. The fire is out. This is the chance for Fluffy Aimers to put it away, and there's going to be the Fenrir gadget. No, Legion Goo comes out and it's going to try to make it tough for him to make the walk in there. They're holding. They know exactly where he's at. He's only got 30 seconds to go.
Oh, the vertical!
Oh, he almost finds a way to pull it off, but just gets sussed out at the last second. 25 seconds. Outlast starting to make the comeback. The real big test is going to be the next round. If Fluffy Aimers takes this, no problem. Game over. But the real big test is going to come. And that's 2 shotgun kills in a row for Outlast to end that. This will be the next big one, right? Barbecue kitchen, or, I mean, if they're really brazen, over to that bedroom area.
No. Nobody's going to play bedroom, man, unless you're just insane. It's not going to happen.
I want bar stage. I want bedroom. You know, I want customs, baby. Give me some of those new sites. Show me that it can be done. Show me that you're the best team, no matter what site, no matter what map, you can get it done. M80X, I'm speaking directly to you now. You guys are the win con. Show me something different. Show me some cav play. Show me some offsite. Show me that you guys are the GOATs. Obviously, we know you are.
Yeah, absolutely, they are the GOATs. That would be an interesting challenge for this team. Win on the offsites. Could they do it off? I mean, the way that they've been playing, statistically, they're the offsites for a reason, is because they're terrible at being played. They give all of the advantage over to the attacking team. So yeah, why give up that advantage when you're on the defense? I don't think we'll see that. You know, big question about which map we're going to see when M80X is playing. They're the next game we're going to see. We're going to cast here as well. And boy, before we even get to that point though, Fresh, thank you very much for the raid, my friend. We very much appreciate it. What a W. W's in the chat, my friend.
Freaking legend, you, Fresh. Thank you so much. It was an absolute pleasure to meet you at the Invitational. It was a bucket list checked off. And you heard us talk about it on the Siege Double Shot yesterday or day before yesterday. We've got a giveaway that is about to start if you go follow the Twitch. And Fresh on the Desk is kind of part of that. We did collect a signature from him on our Siege headphones. It's on the headphone box. All of the talent from the 6 Invitational signed this for us to give away to you guys as a thank you for tuning in, for hanging out, for being a part of the Siege Double Shot. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Today has been amazing.
Yeah. And, you know, we're seeing the comments in the chat, it looking like the defense giving up a little bit at this point. Unfortunate for this game, but we said it. Thank you very much. All of the follows as a part of it. Over 3,000 today. Much appreciated for everyone. But there it is. The Fluffy Aimers coming in flawless to finish it off. This is not, it doesn't look like the same team that we saw play out in the Denver LAN from Nerd Street just last week. They really dominated that, were unstoppable, but stopped in their tracks today, taking on the Fluffy Aimers. And JJ's team, congrats to them.
Poor guy.
Yeah, well, we talked about always the bridesmaid, never the bride. JJ going to make the big run this time. Might have to take on M80 to do it.
Yep. We did say we were watching our good friend Alios was streaming this game, so what we got to do, we're still waiting. We're still waiting for M80X and their next game is the piece that we're waiting on. It was Kraken taking on Forsaken. That's the piece in the bracket. So if you use the bracket command in the chat, that's the game that we're waiting on. They've got to finish. It's being played off stream, so we don't have the knowledge. We don't know where that game is at yet, but it is coming up here. So that is the next game that we're going to be showing here.
That's right. Okay, folks, we're going to see if we can get some clarification, some insight onto where it's at and how long before our next game goes. We'll be back in just a few minutes to give you an update, maybe do some fun stuff on stream while we're waiting for them. Yet again, thank you so much. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, hopefully, we're bringing you M80's next map. Ayo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up on
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Well, you're not going to believe this, but the lobby is not quite set up. It's not quite ready. The other game's still going on. So we thought we'd bring you a little bit of one of the other games going on, give you a little bit of a cast over the top of it, and then when M80X is ready, we will leave this game, and we will head over to our scheduled stream and get back to watching the king do what he does best, and that, my friend, is fry.
Yeah, really, those stats, when we look back at that previous game on Nighthaven taking on Ambassador Esports, if you didn't see that game to start off with, it was 10. He touched or killed all 10 players, 5 in a row from each round to start that game off. 8 kills, 2 assists, 0 deaths to start off that last round. If that doesn't put a stamp on what was going to happen, I don't know what else will, because after that, they also got 3 flawless rounds in 4. 3 of 4 rounds were flawless to finish off that. So M80X has been unbelievable right now. Really, to watch that one happen in real time is pretty crazy. So, like Glitter said, you know, picking up some of the other teams in this open qualifier bracket, anybody could join, including, in this case, the Looney Tunes, my friend.
Lou and Jay Guns. Anybody in our chat
Yes.
familiar with those names, right? That's that rival roller series coming into play again. So kind
That's
of make
right.
their scene here. We've seen Jay Guns and Lou both play on the Jinxie stack in those rival, both the rival roller and the Prime series, I think.
Yes.
But either way, some familiar names for some of our console players in the chat.
Yeah, 100%. Jay and Gray as well, and Lou. Yeah, I mean, this is cool to see the console stack that we've casted as part of Bogo's Rival Roller series. And if you don't know, the Siege Double Shot, we've Glitter and I have been casting some of the Rival Roller series here. If you want to change a pace from the POVs, want to see the casted game, we've also been doing that. One of the VODs is in the chat already. This is a PC tournament, so all of them are on mouse and keyboard. I suppose they could play on controller if they wanted, since crossplay is enabled, but in this case, it is a PC tournament, so all of them, yeah, on mouse and key.
Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't think about that. Yeah, making the switch over and still having some success. They must be a couple of wins in as we sit here on round number 3 for it. So they are down right now. Team Sesh, it is one of those T2, T3 teams that is prevalent, that has been around the scene. It's got some active players that you know and love, especially if you've seen Team Double Shot. They currently sit up 3-0, but they do it on the defensive side of it on Nighthaven Labs. So not fully unexpected here, right? It seems this will be the first big test for the Looney Tunes. And you know what? Lou, he's going to get them started with it. Is he's going to take not just one off the board, but it's Clash as well. Now, when you're playing that time torch tactic, Clash is king. Non-gender, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the chat come in clutch too. Yeah, 4 of these guys normally on rollers, and Lou was in M80X previously. Rice taking in and filling that spot. So, for this Looney Tunes team, this is a single elimination bracket. So for those of you unfamiliar with how these open qualifiers work, single elimination bracket, that means right now they've won every game they've played at this point. And so let's see, how many games is that so far for this team? They've won, that would have been 3 in a row then for them to have gotten to this point. So they're making their way. And Team Sesh, I know Glitter talked about it. They're one of the perennial teams we see in T2, T3. They have played together as a stack. Badger, TK, those guys have played together as a stack for a long time at its core. Brought in a few other members as teams and things have changed up, but they played together for a while. So this Looney Tunes squad, they've got their work cut out for them, but it's Nighthaven defense. You said it.
Yeah, and look at this. They're about to come up on their first win. We do see TK up there with the vertical play here, but it's a post-plant scenario, and he's all the way up on 2F, which means you got to go all the way down. Does get a ping, takes a couple of shots, but nothing to be found just yet, and there it is. There's the J Guns taking TK off the board, and that's going to be the first round win for Team Looney Tunes here on Nighthaven Labs.
All right, that's interesting, Patch. Coming in there, Team Sesh got picked up by In Control just before the qual. So should this actually say In Control then? And Ashton, yes, to answer that question, we are waiting for M80's next game. They were ahead of the bracket because they have just dominated the play so far, going 7-0 in both of their games. They're ahead of the bracket. They are waiting for their opponent. That's why we're watching this game. So we will absolutely switch over as soon as it's time.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna wait for this one to play out. We will switch to the M80 game as soon as it is ready. Looney Tunes finds their first, as they have found the adaptation on how to beat Team Sesh, at least in the tank assembly area. So take it up to the 2F for this next bit of play. Going to see back onto the Clash. Bring that Clash out. And this is a strat we've seen. This is what we were talking about on stream the other day, Whiskey. This right here. Clash hides in the corner. They shoot all the drones as they're getting the wall up, and then you're not prepared for Clash when they eventually do come out.
Yeah, and and somebody asked in the chat, who is M80 playing? We're not sure. They're going to play either Kraken or Forsaken. Those are the two teams playing currently off stream. We're not sure where that one is at. And somebody else asked, did Reno Skyline play? Yeah, Skyline played. They have won 2 of their games. They're currently in a game right now, again, being played off stream, so we're not sure. This is the game. We did see Outlast and Fluffy Aimers play just before this. This is the game that leads into that round of 16 game. Fluffy Aimers waiting for the winner of this one, so a good opportunity there for J Guns and Lou to fight through this one. But got to start winning a few. They won 1 on attack. Not a bad place to start. Back up on the powerhouse here, though, the 2nd floor of Nighthaven.
That's right, and looking to make sure that they take quick work of that intel as they're getting all those drones off the board, and there's going to be the first kill, and that was a big one, right? That Look
at that!
Good night. Oh, he takes it off the board. He's able to catch it. What is that?
It was on a side. It hit the edge of the reinforced wall. He got one open. He throws the Selma on the side of it, and it opens sideways.
You've seen that done with the Osa Shield, right? One of those new tricks that popped out when you don't have some EMPs. You set the Osa Shield down, you put the Selma charge onto it. Jeez, Jordan. Quad kill. Yeah. Jordan with the ace! Okay. Well, we're just going to watch that happen, folks.
And if we have there's a special emote in the Siege double shot for donating 1,000 bits, and opens up to everybody there, the ace emote. But man, what a round from Jordan. Unbelievable. All right, if you were looking for the attackers to pick up some rounds, that's the way to do it. It's picking up that 2F. So now one more opportunity here. Is it going to be the standard split, or are we going to see the Looney Tunes come back and 3 on attack? Damn.
Man, what an adaptation, though. Right? You lose the opening 3. And like we said, it's not super surprising to see you lose your first couple because you're kind of sussing out the other team, right? Figuring out what type of game style. If you haven't got to watch any VOD on like Team Sesh or the Looney Tunes, then you have to take these first couple of rounds to suss out how the gameplay is going to go, to suss out what kind of strats, what are their operators, how are they holding, are they extended, can we find some isolations, can we take that man advantage quick, can we shoot the gap? And so that's what the first 3 rounds were. Team Sesh finds them. Looney Tunes has answered back, and they did it on both of the primaries.
Yeah. Well, this is it. So from the Team Sesh side, there it is. Finally got it. One more opportunity on defense, and it's going to be what I definitely consider that tertiary site. So they had the opportunity to go back up, but dominated so good on the attacking side, they said, nah, never mind, we're not going to go. So, all right, and if you want to know where you can watch Stompin', the answer is here. This is the only spot we're going to see him. Well, I mean, maybe that's not true, but at least this is the spot we're going to see him in the next match. We're waiting for M80's opponent. They are currently playing out their game to figure out who M80 is going to play in the bracket. So that's what we're waiting on. We're watching the Looney Tunes Team Sesh game here. Watching J Guns and Lou battle it out against one of the T2, T3 PC teams while we're waiting for M80X's opponent.
Can we just say too that console has showed up, right? Crossplay
Yes.
becomes active, and all of a
Yes.
sudden, this console scene has just exploded. And all these players who were goats on the console scene, we're talking Jay Guns, Lou, Stompin' the King. They are just here. They are
Richie.
prevalent, and it has been fun to watch, right? It has been fun to
Yep.
see the different strats being brought along because we see some of the changes that are specifically for console. Specifically talking about that Capcan change, right? Capcan loses his C4. The whole PC community is going, why? What happened? He's not even used. Well, that's because he was huge in the console scene, right? And as that is just such a large base of players, you got to make the exception. You got to change it up. You got to find that balance. So now it's cool to be able to see some of those things coming into play here. We're seeing the console tactics. We're seeing the console strats. We're seeing that flicky, leany console players getting themselves established on the PC side of it. And look at this. Maverick does go down. They do find one, but we're putting ourselves into a 3-2 with a minute left.
I completely agree. I love the fact that we've got to see an awful lot more of the console scene, right? The roller series taking place were sort of, weren't getting nearly the same level of exposure. Certainly deep in the console scene, everyone was very much involved, but to see it expand out, to see it, players doing success, having a lot of success in Challenger Series now, we could have some of these big names come up now in year 10. This is fantastic to see. So I love that we're getting to see it here. And right now, 3v2, 25 seconds left. How about a 3v1, my friend, with the plant going down?
No kidding. And you know what? They're absolutely ready for it. Yep, his hat does say KTM. For those that don't know, Run is probably one of the most interesting people that you will probably ever meet, right? He's worked on race cars. He races motorbikes. He's done the Spartan races. I mean, the guy is absolutely everywhere. And yeah, KTM is the coveted orange hat.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a big KTM fan for sure. Love motorcycles. Have quite a few dirt bikes as well. My favorite 350 EXCF KTM is just an unbelievable motorcycle. So I love it, man. And also love talking about Siege. So combining some of the passions, KTM hat comes with me on the cast. We're bringing all of these games to you. And Looney Tunes showed up, my friend. 3-3 on Nighthaven.
Yeah. Instead of being very reactive, they get a little proactive. They find themselves a couple of early entry picks and now solidified themselves on the half, which also means they now head to their defensive side, which it's Nighthaven. We should see some defensive wins here, especially if we're looking at that first round rotate where Team Sesh has to kind of figure out what they're doing. Man, this could look a little bit tough for Team Sesh. They're pulling in some fun operators, though. Amaru's on the board. Are we looking at a hatch plant here? Be still my beating heart.
Ooh, I would love to see it. We don't get to see. Amaru's got some very, very selective places that she's used. That she's a great attacking operator. But it doesn't happen very often. So to see a team sort of take a little bit of a risk, love seeing it, my friend. Is this going to be it? We're going to see her up through the hatch. Maybe running the SMG-11. I'm not sure. Did she bring out the shoddy as her primary?
I don't know. Mira on the main breach. The C4 is ready. Sends it. Not going to connect with anything, however. Do see Legion sitting on that window waiting for somebody, almost saying, I wish you would bash this window open because there's a shotgun in hand. Now Claymore goes down. He hears it. The jump out. He's not going to get it. The Claymore takes his life. Lou goes down as bits and pieces get splashed everywhere.
Yeah, and we wanted to say it. If we're waiting for Stompin', it's the next game that's going to be up. We're waiting for M80's next opponent here. Watching the Looney Tunes team sesh while we're waiting for that. So that game being played off stream, and man, this is unnamed says he's taking his leave. I wonder, does that mean it's almost? Oh no, his joke. I love that joke, bro. Stompin' plays next. He's next right here on this channel. Soon as that game is ready, we're gonna make the switch. I know. We need to pin that. I'm thinking.
Dude, we said that at the same time. Are we best friends? Why now? Like literally. Goes out to finish the kill, but does put him into a 1v4 situation as Team Sesh looking to find their first on the attack side of things. They are aggressive. But you're going to see the first ring out. A zombie to find one, looking towards the window for another, making in, and there it is. There's
Wow.
the late Amaru up the hatch, and the plant starting to go down. Has a little bit of cross set up. In fact, is just outside.
What an aggressive play on defense, out the window, using the Kiba to protect the push-in. Fantastic.
Love it. Yep, next level movement. Unfortunately, not going to happen for him today as Zombie gets taken off the board. Team Sesh finds their first win on the attack side of it and does put him up in the scoreline. So an evened half sees Team Sesh take their first.
Man, what a great play. So yeah, the fact that we're seeing the controller players jump in and right, you can win. This is, and if you're just joining us, I know we had all of the Fresh raid come in. If you're still with us from Fresh's raid, we very much appreciate it. I'm sure he talked about it as well, but this is Challenger Series. Open qualifiers, open to any team, any level of play. Get your 5 stack together, come in and play and fight through it. Best of one, single elimination bracket up to the quarterfinals. And the top 4 teams from this weekend will move on to the playoffs. The winner of the playoffs will earn an affiliate spot in the NAL Pro League for Stage 1 and Stage 2. Love that they brought back Challenger Series and the fact that it is open to literally everybody. Anybody can make their shot and win and get into the Pro League. Although,
Man,
they'd have to fight and win against M80x in order to do it.
at least for qualifier 1. At least for qualifier 1, right?
That's true. That's true.
So, did you see that mirror that they placed on the catwalk in a little bit of a different spot? Instead of taking that middle barricade, they opted for the far left one, which still can put that pressure on. Might ease up a little bit when you're making that catwalk push, right? If they are able to claim themselves the breach and then claim themselves some space inside of the garage, inside of the warehouse, and make that push up, Mirror could find themselves in a bit of hot water as that last bit of push starts to happen. So we'll see if J Guns has got what it takes with a Vector in hand.
Vector is dangerous, so good. And so let's see, we cast J Guns on the Rival Rollers series. I think it was during one of the Prime games. I think we saw him on Prime and had a great game as well. We'll see whether or not this is going to be the change-up, or is it going to be this Looney Tunes squad pushing up on defense here. My guess is Team Sesh had a good attack, right? Using a little bit of a quick plant. They brought in the Amaru, and then TK taking down Jordan. That's a huge opening first pick.
Yeah, take down one of the heroes of the last couple of rounds, Mr. Ace himself. So huge first pick, does give the man advantage into the hands of Team Sesh. They're starting to put some pressure here on the backside as they're pushing into connector. It takes a swing, not going to happen, off the board. Man advantage in a heavy way now sits into the hands of Team Sesh. There's a C4 primed, prepped, and ready. They've got the breach open, so they're going to be making that push in, and there it is, sends it. He gets hit.
Oh, the C4, he hits it!
He hit him with it. He just sent it. He said, hey, hold this for me. Sends it to him. He catches it, and that's going to be getting a little bit closer to finding themselves on the man advantage equalization. Attack needing to... There he is. Did they just miss that? Did they miss the mirror? Did he not get droned?
I think you missed it, my friend.
In a primed position to find themselves an impact player. That's right. Lambo, Lou, and Jay on the squad right now. Little tough on their defensive side of it. But if you've watched any of the Rival Prime, oh my word, Lou with a double goes unchecked out by the drone. Lou on the triple kill, now trying to break out the barbecue sauce for a 4-piece. Finds themselves in the world's most dangerous game of peekaboo, of ring around the rosy in this old-fashioned one-off here. Nomad, no air jabs in hand, no C4 on the side of Bandit, so they start to make the rotate around. Looking towards the pillar. They've got some pings out as a yellow. They're trying to find themselves this last kill to put themselves one away from that match point scenario. Looney Tunes trying to tie it up here, and it is just back and forth. They are passing like 2 ships in the night. Almost was about to see something, as now they're starting to run. 5 seconds, then Bandit goes on the prowl, takes the shot, and Lou is good for 4. Line them up and knock them down, baby.
4-piece in play. They needed it. They got it. They won it.
Sheesh.
Yo. And we have got some good news. For those of you that have been waiting to see Stompin' and the M80X team play, that game is almost ready. Forsaken won their match 7-5 and are going to go up against M80X as our next game. So, it's time, my friend. I want to keep watching this Looney Tunes game, but we're going to work on getting it set up. We've got about 5 minutes left of watching this game before we make that change up to watching the M80X team take on Forsaken. So that is it. Can we finish this game out? God, I would love for them to finish it in the next 3 rounds. If Looney Tunes can pull it off and win in 3, I think the answer is maybe. We're going to work on setting stuff up on the behind the scenes, the prod side, as we work on, we'll see this game finish out until it's time. But from a community cast perspective, we've said that we're following M80.
Yeah, but they're asking for it. We'll see. Let's see if we can get it done. Let's see if they can get this done. Even if we have to rewind the game a little bit for the M80, we can pull this off. I think that we can finish this game out again. 4-4. Looney Tunes has tied it
Plenty
up.
of time. Plenty of time.
Hooey, a little bit of a shield play here for attack. Are you able to keep it up big for me to watch?
Yeah. Yep. Keep going, my friend.
Bringing out the Blackbeard. They've got the flank watch. Nomad's on the board. I think the highlight here is going to be the Deimos, right? He brings along that ability to suss out where the roamers are. And let's see. If I move my head a little bit, I can see. Okay, we have Jay Guns, who does sit up on that second floor. The lone man up there with a Vector in hands. Doc goes down. No stims to be had as Blackbeard is able to take him down. It's one of the reasons we've seen them ban Blackbeard so often is he is just so good. Vector does ring out. Jay Guns is able to find that kill as Deimos looking for the pings. He's in the relative safety behind those solid walls, so it would take a jump out to be able to take him down. But what he can do is reveal the location. Jay Guns on the run as Deimos is trying to find him. And just a little bit of siege timing is not going to amount to the kill there. Makes his way down, looking to find it. Blackbeard, life forfeit as the Vector rings out and just touches him. That's a tough one. Now man advantage into the hands of the defense as it gets equalized up. Zofia able to find that kill. Taking down Jordan. Jay Guns to answer back in. Now puts himself onto the 3-piece. Boy, is this the day of the 4K? He's on pace for the ace right now to bring it, and he's got the Vector in his hands to do so. So now, defense rotating all the way back down into the basement. A little bit of a bunker strat here to hold on for these last 2 kills. They did open it up. They've got the Ram. It still has one of those boogie drones left to tear up some of this soft breach. Now the ping goes out. Deimos is letting them know, so they open up the hatch, get some of this vertical established, maybe send one more up or just play on the trade game here.
Good question. When you've got 3v2 in this case, with 55 seconds left, plenty of time here for the attackers to try and do something. You have the Deimos. He doesn't have any of his trackers. I was going to say, he does not have any of his trackers left. That is a big, unfortunate piece for him. Not going to be able to use that to try and gain any of that intel. You still have got the Ram, but again, she doesn't have any of the boogies left. Nothing left to try and gain from a utility perspective, and you saw it. 2 of those J Guns fire Goyo canisters still available to slow this team down.
Yep, and there's going to be one as they make the drop down. They take one off the board as the smoke gets taken down. No more gas canisters to be had, but J Guns, you know what? Break out the barbecue sauce, baby. That man just got himself a 4-piece.
Boy, when somebody is hot right now, it seems like the rest of the team leaning into it, allowing it, helping, working it, making sure it happens. We've seen 3 and 4Ks come out in probably more than half the rounds that we had a chance to cast, because I think that's our 7th we've seen today. And we had 2 7-0 games, right? We're watching this on a little bit of a couch cast here. But the fact that we saw that many 3Ks and 4Ks happen, really kind of crazy. When a player's hot, man, feed him kills, right? Support him as the team. Just let him eat.
Yeah, that's true. Don't feed him one-on-one because he will, and that's exactly what was happening. Jay Guns in a Vector play, they just weren't ready for it, so he finds himself 9 and 5. currently. Huge play.
Oof. All right. Well, the question is going to be, I know, and I'm looking, trying to see how far can this team take it. How much room can they gain on defense on night? We know defensive sided. What is Team Sesh going to bring? Big gun to the table, and I'm not talking about J guns here. I'm talking about Blackbeard on the attack. He's not going to get traded off. He's going to stick it. So they're going to bring out the Blackbeard. Could be a game changer. Some teams incredible with how well he's played. I think that's the reason that he's banned in nearly every game we got a chance to see. But with Blitz and Monty both being banned in this game, Blackbeard available. Millie's going to bring him out.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can only ban 2, and there's 3, potentially 4 that you have to deal with if you don't want to face any of those shields. And the question becomes, which one do you get off the board? Blitz seems like an easy call. Monty seems like an easy call. Blackbeard, well, wait a minute. Now that seems like an easy call, right? You've got the flash, you've got the full shield, or you've got the AR that you have to deal with. You got to pick your poison. And when you got a good shield player, they're not going to be just good on one.
Oh, man, that's a great point, right? What do you do when you've got a great shield player? We talk about that. Who was the fantastic controller? It was Mingo is awesome on the F2.
Yeah, Mingo rocks that F2, that Twitch. He's the GOAT on that one.
I'm trying to remember who it was that was incredible on the shield, on the Monty side of it, that we had seen be so successful.
I can't quite remember. It's a good question, and I'm glad you asked.
We're working on setting it up. That other game, it's on its way. It's almost there. Looney Tunes, it is time to step it up and be absolutely dominating. And Lou, boy, listening to the call out, gets a double. Oh, was that a triple? Was he going to get it?
No, he was going to get it, but it was dominated from the other side of it. So instead, they're just going to start running out. Oh, no, not the TK. That's tough. They are just running out from everywhere. It is a 3-1 low health scenario as Lou's on that 5 HP in a dream, but Jordan's going to clean it up. They're going to put it onto a match point scenario, and we might be able to see the end of this game.
I got to say, my friend, thinking back, there's no way we're going to see the end of this game. I know that people were asking for it. I was concerned we were going to have to choose between one or the other, but the fact that right now, Looney Tunes showing up when they needed to, when this community, when this cast needed him to, they have showed up and put themselves on match point on Nighthaven on defense. Team Sesh, you have got 2 more opportunities, perfect for 2, in order to keep your open qualifier bracket hopes alive. Otherwise, it is done, data. Sayonara, see you later.
That's right. Okay, the pressure is on. The Blackbeard is back. Rotero drones to be in the hands of Flores. It's going to be good for clearing out some of those Goyo traps. It's going to be good for getting rid of some of those Fenrirs, maybe chasing that Mira out of that coveted position, potentially. I mean, you got to make yourself in. They still have to deal with that mute to get it done, right? You still can't just do it. So Capitao bringing along the fire, Ash to bring along those charges to be able to take care of those, at least turn it into a barricaded wall so you can't see through it. Makes it absolutely difficult.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Did they just tell Stompin's dad to stop glazing Stompin?
Listen, we've seen stranger things in chat before, but I think it's unlikely that he's going to stop. I think that's unlikely.
Probably not going to happen.
And probably not going to happen. In the realm of things that are probably not going to happen, I'm not sure yet. We're not sure which one it's going to be. Looney Tunes has been on a roll. 6-4. They were 3-3. Team Sesh won their first on attack, and since then, Looney Tunes have won the next 3 in a row, looking to make it 4 and close out this map.
That's going to be a top 10 moment for me. Like, no joke. Tell Stompin's dad to stop glazing Stompin. Okay, 2 minutes. First minute is gone off the board. As they're just time torching here. The defense feeling pretty good. They got plenty of operators for that time torch, for that time waste. But they've got a good spearhead. right? The Blackbeard is on the board. So if he can claim some of that space, specifically looking towards that catwalk, they've got to put some pressure on this Mira player that is going to be holding on to catwalk, right? It is the pivotal point, it is the critical push point, and you can see him starting to get active here. Although they're going to do it not with the shield, right? Ash is going to push in, try to take away, obscure some of that vision, and then start to make that push up with the Blackbeard.
That was a dangerous play, like sticking so far out of that window, but none of the attackers in place. It's the opening kill, though. Again, going to this Looney Tunes squad. Team Sesh, we said you have to be perfect. You have to step it up. Lou picking up another in a 5v3. 1 minute, 15 seconds left. This is all up to them. The pressure is on. A double from Gay. How about one from Gray? And that is it. The Looney Tunes in a flawless victory to close out the final round of this map. The people asked for it. We want to see the end of Looney Tunes v Team Sesh. You got what you asked for. They pulled it off. What a round there from the Looney Tunes to close it. Incredible game. And we didn't even miss the start of the M80 Forsaken game. We're going to get to see that as well, my friend.
Let's go. Console's here. Big splash here in the Challenger Series. Big stats coming through. Big names coming through. Stompin', Jay, Lou. Just making an absolute name for him here on the PC side of things, on their path to pro, on the gateway to greatness, my friends. Okay, so
it's very short.
Quick break.
Very short break.
And
yeah.
we're talking, we're out, we're back in. Sit back, relax, fill your drink up to the tippy top, because when we get back, we won't stop. Ayo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up on
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Well, the time has come. The question has been asked. When does Stompin' play? Well, it's now. It's here.
Now.
It's on the double shot, and we are bringing it to you live. And this will be one of the bigger tests for M80 in this bracket. A couple of known names on this one who have had some success in the field. Does Stompin' reign supreme as king? Or will he finally be dethroned? Well, we're going to find out right now. Let's take a look at the rosters, Mr. Run.
That's right. It's not the first time we have seen the M80X team play some former T1 and very recently former T1, T2 players. But on the side of Forsaken, Gasher, Jabates, BJL, Zach, and Hat. Hat was played for Oxygen during SI just in February. And Gasher, we know him from his TSM days as well. This is not the first time, but it is going to be a battle. You said it, the best team that we've seen up against M80X now. The opportunity for them to shine against what is a very good stack here is now. We've seen them win 7-0 2 games in a row. Can they take on Forsaken?
So one of the questions that we have found out is, or one of the statements we've found is you don't take M80X to Chalet, and you don't take M80X to Nighthaven. What is the third map? Where is the story being told at now? Feels like a great map for a decider. Bank gonna be our final decision. It is spread out. It has some good qualities that Nighthaven brings to the table. It's got that same vertical play that you can see being seen and had on Chalet and Border. Like, this is a fun map. One of the things though, M80 when they were Banskos had some really great success on Bank. They were able. This is a map that they know and love. So work cut out for you. I think absolutely.
That's right, my friend, and it is time. You said it. Bank the place we're doing battle. That map is starting now, getting to see M80 taking on Forsaken. So if you're just joining us, welcome everyone to the Siege Double Shot. We appreciate you being here. It's time, my friend. Bank, and I'm going to start off with the Monty ban. We talked about how much shields have just been an important part of Rainbow Six Siege from year 9 onwards with the buff. Teams continuing to ban him out. I would not be surprised here to see a Blackbeard. M80's been very consistent in banning him.
Yeah, and just difficult to get around. Instead, Blackbeard is going to stay on the board, and Dokkaebi is going to be the one taken off the board. And it kind of makes sense. Yes, a shield is great to be your spearhead, especially if you don't want to deal with it. But Bank is huge, right? There are going to be roamers going on. We're going to see the Vigils. We're going to see Solus come out and play. And Dokkaebi is probably the best one at sussing out where they are outside of the Deimos, who can, live ping exactly where they're at. So Dokkaebi being gone makes absolute sense. Going to see some leaning into the Lion and the Deimos play. On the defensive side of it, no surprises to see Cade off the board, as vertical is such a huge part to be played when you're taking basement, right? Multiple hatches, 1, 2, 3, 4 hatches to get yourself down into sight. So Cade blocking off the 2 main important ones will make it difficult. He's gone. Valkyrie, no surprises there. Going to be off the board, which is going to leave the Architect, Azami, still in play yet again.
That's very surprising to me, the fact that we would see Azami available, right? She is just so good. We've seen M80 use her in an incredible way as well, but I think the big thing for me is, we talked about this during some of the earlier parts of the cast, we've only seen 2 attacking rounds from M80 today in 3 games, although really only 2 of them were played, but 2 attacking rounds. They 7-0'd both of their teams, so we didn't really get to see how does this team function on attack. How do they manage themselves? Maybe they didn't ban the Blackbeard because Aiden wants to play the Blackbeard and use it to devastating effect. So now we're finally going to get to see at least 6 rounds of attack from M80 to supplement those 2. They won both of their previous ones. So again, Forsaken, the best opportunity, the best team to put up against them. Can some former T1 players take down what is this new console stack?
Yeah. So on the side of the defense, let's talk about it. They're going to lean into some intel play here. Echo on the board, Mozzie on the board, which I like, right? If Valkyrie is gone, Mozzie is a great alternative. And that intel is mobile. So up on the 2F, Mozzie is up there, going to be the first to take this engagement, potentially maybe Hat as well on the Fenrir, to take this engagement with the Blackbeard, who is solo pushing up currently at this moment. Right, nobody around to help him take that fight, but he doesn't need it. He's got an AR in hand, so he can take that space and defend himself very well as long as the push or that flank is not in place.
That's right. Valkyrie banned out, and the Echo coming out to supplement with all this little bit of extra intel. That is, look at this, up through the hatch. You're going to gain a little bit of intel. Holding on, just watching the cams there, but look, this is a cam game back and forth. Hibana identifying where the drone was at the same time the Echo drone was identifying Hibana. What a great piece of siege poetry there coming out. But as this thing starts out, 5 stacked apiece, no one dies here. What is the first half of this map now just about gone?
Yeah, Gasher just being an absolute menace on this Echo, right? Just all over the place. Not only is he gathering that intel, but on a shield play, Echo is great for making sure that that shield gets pushed aside. So send that yokai drone out everywhere and just make sure that you keep pushing that shield. So when somebody's there to make that trade, to make that push, and to take that engagement, that they're in their best position to do so. You see that Goyo's now moved into the open area as the, as the Vector is ringing out. They're going to take Stomping down. That's the first one. Hat able to find that kill with an MP7, but Vic bans to trade it back onto Jabates. Now puts us into a 4-4 scenario. We get tied up with 53 seconds left to go. All of a sudden, Blackbeard makes his way down into servers. He's got the intel, and there's going to be a gas that's going to go off and stymie that approach. So still has 2 of those in pocket to be able to send them deep, and there goes one, or no, that was one left. So his last one with 35 seconds going to be able to stymie them out just a little bit. You're starting to get the flashes. Takes a couple of shots from the top. Looking to see this Blackbeard. He's holding on to the cross, barely outside of the range of the smoke that's pulling him in, and they're going to find it. Aiden takes him off the board. Now pushed into sight. Going to be looking for a potential for a turtle plant as the smokes start to go off. The vertical is being had here. They're going to, and now the Sens gadget. Yokai drones are in place to find it. Hat takes Vic Bans off the board as we find ourselves into a 3-3, do a 3-2. Rice takes Hat down.
The Echo's perfect.
Oh, wow. Except for Blackbeard is there to stop it. Seconds left, and they're going to get the post plant. Now, if you're Echo and you're taking that retake from Garage, you find yourself in a very precarious situation because you've got 3 alive. 1 is already pushed up to claim that vertical. You have to take the 2 down from below, and one of them is a shield that can shoot back.
We're going to be talking about this round to start this thing off over and over again because what a roller coaster ride it was. We saw, to me, felt like M80 struggling a little bit to start to set up this execute. You had the smoke playing down in server, preventing any of that push down blue. There was no dirt presence, nobody to try and force the smoke out. They were playing hatch, they were playing blue at the same time to try and gain a little bit of access, but smoke was just slowing this thing down. And then Gasher's Echo play, very much a focus of the round, did an incredible job, but at the end of it, that entire defense was focused completely on preventing the plant. They used the Goyo canisters, they used the Echo, but it was done perfectly from an M80x side to slow and stop that thing. All right, they managed to find a way to stop that plant, only not long enough, and it completely fell apart when Echo had to rotate back from the garage and take on a 1v3, another M80 win. So now flawless on defense, flawless on attack. I wonder how long we're going to get to be able to say that for.
And you know, they did the win condition. Forsaken found the early entry pick onto Stompin'. They took him out. The problem is you still have Aiden that you have to deal with. You still have Rice that you have to deal with. You still have Franklin that you have to deal with. You still have Vic Bands that you have to deal with. It's the caliber of these players. Each one potentially can make that pop off for sure. So, Azami, you said we're going to see her. Well, she's on the board, and she's going to lean into that static warfare of really just locking down sight, preventing that rappel from being effective, and giving somebody a chance to get down to that main lobby, down to ATMs, and put some pressure on whoever is going to rappel and find themselves their life forfeit for it. And that's right, Doggo, we do. Dropped. They are active. You are watching. It only takes 30 minutes of one of the partnered streams for this. But you're playing for the chance to be able to play Siege X. It's a code being sent to you.
That's right. If you missed the CJX reveal, you get a chance to get a beta test code here by watching any of the partnered streamers. And here we are bringing you M80X in the Challengers series. If you're just joining us, welcome everyone. The third or fourth game in the series, if you want to call it that. M80X pushing their way through to try and win here in the open qualifier #1 for the Challenger series. Burning a little bit of util as Ace goes in to try and open up that hole on the wall from stock. They're going to gain this sight line in and put pressure on Jabates. He's able to take one. Oh, that's stomping with another opening pick. The man is nearly unstoppable. The glaze for sure is not unwarranted with how good he's playing, whether it's on defense, whether it's on attack.
A little late round Mira being placed up inside of Janitor, so might be a piece of util that they weren't necessarily ready or expecting. A quick run through, a dangerous rotate, almost finds live forfeit, but isn't going to be the case. Aiden gets taken down as an MP7 is going to ring out. Now the push-up marble to rotate back around is going to see the defense kind of falling back a little bit. They're giving up some of that square space. They're giving up some of that stock space. Now it's been opened up, rotating back, and making sure that they can live to fight another day. Just effectively getting pushed back, taking some space on the side of the attack, but at no cost, right? There isn't any death that's going on at this moment, although Franklin does find that kill on the hat as the headshot rings out, but it's answered back immediately as we're able to see Rice get taken down, another MP7 being the kill, but they're just going to push in. They're just going to take sight, and all of a sudden, now you've got a plant going down, and the C4 is going to be a missed opportunity as Vic takes one down, finds himself on the rotate, but does get the down, but not before the plant goes off. So now into a 2v2 situation, low health on both sides of Gasher and of Jabates as they're making that final approach towards trying to stop this defuse that went down. 28 seconds, and you know what? Stompin' and Vic, they're going to clean it up, and they're going to call it easy peasy, both lemon and squeezy.
There was a lot of focus during the CJX reveal about the change to the rappel mechanic, the fact that you can sprint, the fact that you can round corners, right? Taking away some of those, or maybe adding some of those quality of life improvements to the rappel. Didn't even need it here. Bank is one of those maps that is very rappel heavy, and from the Forsaken side, weren't able to deal with it, but so close to taking down the planter again. Franklin doing a great job of getting that plant down with just enough time. The miss C4 toss, though, from Mira, playing in Janitor, though, that's going to stick out as one of the turning points for that round that shut down the Forsaken defense. If Mira had hit that, maybe we had an opportunity to win it, but the missed opportunity there, she was and took down the planter by swinging it just a little bit too late. So M80 gets the plant down now 2 rounds in a row. Again, flawless on the attack. Forsaken needs to step it up a little bit. And you've got the pro players on this team. We know that they can play well together. But this is a new 5-stack. I think that's the big advantage that M80 has coming into this, is that this is a team that played together, at least 4 of them, for a long time in console and all the way through the Crucible, which they dominated and won. On the Forsaken side, this is a new 5-stack. These are great players individually. The first time, I think, coming together as a 5-stack here in this open qualifier.
A change of pace here by M80X, right? In the previous 2 matches that we watched, it was kind of just standard push in, find the biggest dude in there, punch him in the face, win round. In this one, 2 rounds, 2 executes have gone down. So a completely switch up of the strat. Maybe a little respect put onto the Forsaken name at the caliber of player that's on the other side of it. Go towards a little bit more of the safer play. Protect the president being brought out. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, agreed. And there was a question in the chat, when did the best of 3s start? And the best of 3 start in the next round. This is the round of 16, the quarterfinals coming up as the next round. Best of 3s through the quarterfinals, semis, and grands in this case. But we're only going to need the quarterfinal winners to determine who is qualified to move on to the Challenger Series NAL playoffs, starting with the Swiss stage. Top 4 from this qualifier are going to make it in. Stompin', again, the opening pick. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, defines a death in round number 1 and is rewarded with 3 and 2 and 3 currently. Man advantage now into the hands of M80X as they're looking to get active on the rappel, but they're going to have to deal, they're going to have to deal with Hat, who sits ready. They find that first kills, the body shots ring out, but they do. They find him. Stompin takes him down. Jabates to take a C4 on to Stompin. Rice also falls to the P10, the Roni, and now the man advantage is into the hands of Forsaken. Blackbeard makes the push up as he's taken some of that coveted space for the vertical here. Everybody rotated back down. Jabates even going as far as to head himself into the basement to try to play spoiler, to try to play impact player a little bit later in the round. And they've got 65 in which to do so.
That's right. The final minute of play ticking down, using some of this util with Aiden and Franklin still left alive. You've got the Blackbeard as well. So you've got the shield here. They have the opportunity and a little bit of the utility. No more Flores drones. So everything that they've cleared off now, it's going to have to be done the manual way, using the shield bash or just straight the butt of your gun. So Gasher, Zach, Jabate still left alive with a good hold. This is the best opportunity for the defense to find a win here. The tertiary site, open area office, a little bit more defensive sided, but look at this. The combo Blackbeard push in. No way.
They've got the intel, they take the sus, and then they are able to find a double rewarded. It does get answered back as Jabates puts himself onto the triple kill, now looking for that quad piece. But now it's a game of tag, and Jabates says, you know what, you're it, buddy. So he starts to make the rotate up. 8 seconds left. They take the cam down. He's looking for the rotate, but it's going to head inside to site instead, or into the opposite site. They're here, not enough time, takes a pre-fire, and defense is going to find themselves their first win, and they're going to do it on the turf site.
We said it was the best opportunity there for Forsaken to get a win on that turf. They pull it off. Well played by Forsaken. And I just got to say, though, that Franklin and the combo play there with the Flores and the Blackbeard to use the shield bash through the soft wall and get the immediate kill was incredible. I thought that was going to be what won them around, but good play by Forsaken, not giving up, playing it defensively perfectly to grab a win there and unable to get a defuse down. Well played. I'm going to go back down to the basement, try this one more time. M80, no longer flawless on the attack, but it was bound to happen. They can't be perfect going through an entire open quals against pros at this point. So no law, really not a big deal so far. Bank a little bit defensive sided, so I'd expect Forsaken to pick up another couple rounds here before we switch sides.
Well, this would be their first real opportunity, right? Is that they have brought they lost the first 2 rounds, but it gave them a look at what M80X is bringing to the table. So how are they going to combat that? This time, we're going to see basically a very similar lineup. Was Fenrir brought for that round number 1?
I don't think he was.
I can't recall who that last player was. Other than that, the roster remains the same.
Yep, Gasher on the Echo. That's the dangerous part. If you had a win con for a round, right? He was the final one left standing in that previous when we saw it back on round 1, but he very well could have been the difference maker. And I love the fact that Aiden's bringing out the Brava, right? Fight the intel with the intel. The combo of the Brava Twitch, I think, is a great setup here. And, oh, what a trade, though, with Hat. That's the Brava going down.
Yeah, that's a tough one, too. So wherever those Fenrir gadgets are at, that's where they'll stay active until they get taken down. Huge play. But on the other side of it, not only did you get Aiden off the board, but you also took down the Brava. So the hack-off between Mozzie and Brava not going to ensue this time. Mozzie going to remain king here.
That's right, 4v4 that first minute. Only the opening engagement there happening in a trade between Aiden and Hat. The rest of this defensive utility in play. So you said it, all those Fenrir traps going to be in play, but that's one of the Echo drones down.
Yeah, that's a huge play. Able to suss one of those out. That means it's going to be a little bit easier for the attack when they do get themselves in to start planting. Sens is on the board, stomping on that. Nice kill. Vector takes Rice off the board. Man advantage into the hands of the defense now. I was going to say, Stompin coming around. He's on the lurk. He's looking for that impact. He's waiting for that rotate around, but they seem to have sussed each other out. Maybe it's a disturbance in the force, but both of them know that one of them is close.
That's right. Who's going to win this lurk fest downstairs? But again, the site is upstairs. The nade comes in. So close. No, he doesn't move. No way he gets the nade kill. I think, man, Jabate's thinking he had just enough room that the nade was going to bounce and roll out of the way, but reflexes of a yak leaves him in path of the nade. What a kill.
Reflexes of a yak is wild. Jabates gets jabated. A grenade kill takes him off the board. Now man advantage gets equalized here as the attack team starts to make their way down. They're going to open up some of that coveted single wall there to maybe get in for a back plant. They've dealt with some of the Goyos. They've got the vertical control. They still have 2 more smokes on the board to be able to try to stop this plant. Fire is out, not quite able to make them make their way in and get for the plant. Instead, they're just going to go for it straight on the long side of it. That's a P10 that's going to take Stompin off the board, and there's the Yokai, proven to be huge.
Damn.
But they find a kill. He does go down. 8 seconds left as they drop down the hatch. A quick pre-fires. The defense going to put themselves on the run again. It's not a bad strat. Get
Wow.
kills. Let the time start going down, and then just run.
Wow, what a play. Again, Forsaken and Gasher on the Echo making the difference. That's what the strategy that they tried to employ back on round 1 was use the Echo to deny the plant, cause the attackers to lose out on time. Exactly, it wasn't played out. The attackers managed to get the defuse down back on round 1. This time the strategy worked. You had the Echo playing in garage, not identified, no one putting pressure on him. He's able to just spend time on the drone and gets the stop to the plant while his teammates can finish off the player. Well played on the defensive side. So that's 2 in a row. But they can't try it again, at least for another couple rounds. They're going to have to go upstairs. And we saw M80x win this second floor site back on round 2. We know that they can do this one. That was the round dominated by the repels at the end. So what's the changeup? What are they bringing out differently? With the castle and the Azami, they're going to block sight lines, really hinder M80x to try and take those long angles that they've been so good at.
Yeah, and that's going to make it quite a bit tougher as they really dig into that first floor. You've got 2 static warfare players and some area denial and a way to stop the push coming in with the Fenrir being on board. Couple that with a little bit of health is that Doc Stim, right? Whether you're 1-5 or 99, will bring you right back up into tip-top fighting shape if he is allowed to do so, if he is alive and remains in a position to get that stim out. This is a good defensive setup, especially for a very aggressive M80x. This feels like a difficult one to get through on the 2F. A good adaptation here by Forsaken.
Yeah, from a utility perspective, M80x bringing everything they need. You got the Ash to open up some of those sight lines, take care of the aforementioned Azami Kiba barriers and Hat's castle barricades, so they can open up the sight lines. Maybe the only other thing could have been the Zofia, but in this case, Stompin's bringing out the Flores. They're going to use those drones to clear this out. Franklin's got the hard breach and long distance hard breach to be able to open it up, and Rice continuing on the Twitch, going to be a menace opening and getting rid of all the electronic utility here from the Forsaken side. So as this one plays out again, neither team being overly aggressive. That to me shows a patience and a maturity that is cognizant of both teams that deserve to be in Pro League, that both are working for their opportunity. This is not a run and gun crazy T4 battle. We're getting to see some great players battle out here in the Challenger Series Open Qualifier.
That's right, and a minute and a half left on the board, and we still remain 5-all as this last 90 seconds is going to be really just a bloodbath once that final bit of execute does start to come into play. Most of the attack team still outside. The only one inside is Aiden. He sits down below in that open area looking to claim some verticality, and there it is.
Dude,
and that's
he
exactly
willed it
what
into
happened.
existence.
It's just so good. Their teamwork is so good. They get the pings, they hold the cross, and then they attack from below. There's nowhere to go. So now stuck into Janitor, you can see the flashes coming out. They've got to deal with the stock presence. They've got to deal down below. Stompin' does go down, so part of the win condition has been met as we find ourselves equalized. But Buck, all he's doing, he's waiting for the cross. A little bit of damage done as they have sussed him out. They know that he's sitting there, but effectively stalling them out. 35 now as it starts to count down. They've opened up some critical push points, right? Putting themselves in position to get an execute going again. But the swing in is going to see Franklin taken off the board. His hat's going to find the headshot. Now man advantage heavily into the hands of Forsaken because there's only 20 seconds left and they claim it up by 1. They're +1 on the body count. Makes the swing in. They're in sight. 3-3 now as they're holding on to the rotate, but it gets answered back as Zach is able to take Vic Bands off the board. Plants start to go down, but they're going to take him down again as well. As to make it onto the swing, the Kiva barriers, but it's too little, it's too late. Rice taken down, and they're going to not only claim the round, but the score advantage.
All right, significant round there. This is Forsaken winning 3 in a row, the complete round rotate. We saw them win first floor open office, basement, and now the 2F. So this will be the second time we see the open area staff room played out, and that's a big change in the way that we've seen these rounds. We have not seen M80 lose more than, well, this is it. 3 in a row has been the most that we've seen them lose here on the Siege Double Shot today. And boy, just as Zach was getting called out in the chat, he shows up huge to close out that final round. If you're an M80 fan, I don't think we need to worry yet at this point. Still plenty of time left and their whole defensive half. On the Forsaken side, you need to get this 4th round, get the standard split on bank, hold on to that lead to give you the best opportunity to fight off what has been a unstoppable defensive team. M80 also won both of their defenses 6-0 previously, so we know that this is going to be a tough battle, but the best team that they've had to face so far in these open qualifiers, Forsaken showing up and not rolling over to start with here.
Okay, well, you bring up a good point, Whiskey. M80x has found their quota. They already hit their 2-1s on the attack side of it. So if we're talking about the standard split, they're going to feel real good going into their defensive half because of how well they've been doing. Excellent point. They have some vertical here on Forsaken's side of it. As you can see, 3 players sitting up top. Mozzie, Fenrir, not Fenrir, Mute, and Azami up there as well. So it'll be a tough place to push into. The stock is set up in a double barricaded static warfare presence, and they've got some vertical to stop that from coming in on the bottom.
We talked about this. The teams that are so good on attack manage the vertical well, and we saw that in that last round. They got close. The Buck playing from down below, putting pressure up, but you could see the way that this defense is setting up. The fight is going to happen in stock, and M80x is going to need to be able to control that piece of it. They've got vertical sight lines all the way over in stock to put pressure to make sure that printer window's closed off. There's no way for them to be able to gain a plant over on that side of the map unless they can gain some of that stock control, or they're going to focus on the open area side. Got to take Mozzie out of archives first, though.
Yeah, that's the tough part to get yourself solidified in for. So let's see, what are we looking at here? They have claimed some of that vertical space, and now you can see Rice just going to get active and start pushing down. They know they've got the archives player they got to deal with. Vic takes one.
Oh, he wins it!
As the P10 is taken down, Hat takes him off the board. Franklin responds now into a 3-3 as we got 1:24. Blackbeard starting to make his way into the site as he's put himself into staff room. Now in a position to get that execute down, and we're looking at a potential another post-plant scenario. They put themselves up onto the printer window. They're looking long, but they have no clue that he's made his way inside and has got the post-plant scenario down. Jabates gets taken off the board as Stompin's able to find him. 3-2 now as the man advantage is had, and they've got to push the shield. No impacts to be able to push them aside, so they're going to have to get up close and personal, and they've got the cross set up. Franklin playing over there down on the blue side. He's going to get a kill. That takes Zach off the board, which means it's now going to be Gasher alive alone in a 1v3. Takes those shot up, but Stompin', he's got an L85 to claim that life. 3-3 on the tie-up.
This is a objective based team as well. That's the thing. I think the biggest takeaway we've seen from M80X on the attacking side was they got the plant down in 3 of those 6 rounds successfully, and very close on a 4th. Even though Gasher was so good on the Echo drone, M80X answered back with an incredible just amount of focus on the diffuser. Objective-based gameplay working for them. Yeah, Forsaken won 3 in a row. They won the round rotate. Great adaptation, though, from M80X to win that. We saw such a big hold on the stock above the printer area. So focus. Forget about it. Push in from the square side. Hold the cross from top of blue. They played that very well from an attacking point of view. Now we get to see the rotate. M80, we saw, like, if you're just joining us, welcome everyone. A couple of small-time community casters. Appreciate everybody that has joined us, followed us, subscribe to us to help us watch the rest of these Challenger Series Open qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-3 on the tie-up. Now it's time for the op swap. We're switching gears as M80X takes it to their defensive side. No surprises to see the Tubarão on the board. They are looking to slow down some of that vertical presence, which is necessary when starting to attack into bank. You just can't see very much success if you don't get the hatches open. Pengu talked about it, right? Don't walk down the staircase. It could be to your detriment. So they bring in the Azami for that static. They've got the smokes on board to make sure they got that area denial, stop that immediate push in with the Fenrir. Can't hit what you can't see type scenario. So they're going to start with a little bit of vault presence, trying to open up that main lobby hatch.
I love to start off in the basement. It's a great hold, one of the better sites here for Bank, and gives a little bit of a test. How is Forsaken going to manage their attacking side? We've seen teams try the top-down clear and be very unsuccessful with M80, generally holding sort of an extended roam. This time, though, bunkered back down. A little bit of a change-up in the strat that they had been playing. You can see now, with 1 minute into the game, all 5 members already downstairs in the basement. This is definitely a change in the way that they have run their defense in previous games.
Yeah, and you know what? It makes sense. You can play off the trade game, especially if you're able to hold off on those if you're able to hold off onto that hatches for very long. So they've all rotated back down. They're going to try to put some play and pressure onto the trade game. They start opening up every single avenue to be able to get in here. No problem. Thanks for having us for casting. We really, really appreciate you guys all hanging out with us. There they go. Server hatches opened up. Now you're going to see Blackbeard starting to get active. They're looking to see if any presence is there. Now onto blue. And that's Blackbeard who pushes in. And he's stuck. He's locked in. Stomping. Got to give himself a double. Almost on the triple. But finally, Zach is able to stop the flow of bleeding as they're able to take him down. But the damage has been done. Your spearhead is gone. Now you're sitting yourself into a 4v3 situation with considerably less time on the board in which to do so. Huge play by Stompin.
53 seconds left. Yeah. But, I mean, you're sitting in a 4v3. What a defensive way to start this thing off. Again, everybody bunkered back down. They've got the utility in play. Forsaken has got their work cut out for him. Hibana, you still have got Gasher on that Thermite. Zakula using up some of his utilities. That's the last of the beast. 30 seconds left, my friend.
That's right. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath when they start to make this push in here, and they're spread out. The cross is set. The cross is ready, and we're still coming down. A little bit of an insight from the Tubarão as he puts one of those Zoto canisters onto the stairs. Start to slow you down. Rice to take the first bit of damage, and he loses his life, but Aiden able to take Zach off the board. Now into a 3-2. Smoke still going out. He has to go in to do it. Now, he times it perfectly.
Let's go!
Franklin has been unstoppable with the devastation from a distance. He is able to get the kill, but Vic Bands is going to take Hat down. Franklin has been insane with those C4s today. That's got to be like 5.
Oh, significant, like 5 different sets of kills because twice he got a double with the C4. I mean, you said it, the man unstoppable with the C4s. M80X showing up on defense in the basement. Forsaken, they seem like they got a little bit of entry in there, but even with the quick bunker back from M80, not enough. They shut down that attack and looked good doing it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, following us. A couple of small-time casters here, community casting this in a Challenger Series Open qualifier. There's been a lot of discussion about when is M80 playing next. How's this working out? They are fighting for their spot in the top 4 here for the Challenger Series Open qualifier number 1. If they can win here, they've made it to the quarterfinals, and best of 3s taking place, well, potentially today, definitely tomorrow, semis and grands to follows. And if they earn their spot, top 4 moving on to the Swiss stage that's going to take place in 4 weeks. And there it is, Franklin holding down the clash again, hiding, stepping back a little bit, not participating in site setup. Maybe going to catch this Forsaken attack off guard.
Yeah, potentially, right? And that's the tough part. But they brought along some people that can deal with a clash. Chalet is here, right? One of those shots can push that shield aside, allowing you to get some peek at the toes for a couple of shots. You bring along the fire from Capitao, but maybe corner them in so there's nowhere to run and the shots can happen. There's a Flores drone that can chase them out of those positions. So Forsaken has brought some operators along to deal with this clash for sure. But here's the thing, is you've got basically 4 other operators here to help support it. Castle, Azami, able to lock in and not allow some of those crossfires to be set up. You've got the Mira that's playing from the long distance, so you've got the support from an unseen player behind that Mira, and then the smoke canisters of Rice to be able to stop if you get past the clash. So yes, this is a great attack that is set up and ready for M80, but M80 is still M80. So that's the big question. M80X is still M80. Stompin sitting 9-5. Vic Band's on that 7-4. Franklin 7-4. A couple of players just absolutely popping off. First minute is gone as the drones get in and try to suss out this defense. A little bit of damage has been done on the Franklin already.
It's one of the things that we saw when M80 was on attack was so successful was the rappel from the windows, right? And Forsaken really leaning into it. 3 players out, and no way Jabates gets the kill on Franklin with the ash charge.
A little bit of pizzazz on that last one. No, they do take a little bit of damage as Vic Bands is kind of locked into that E3 area, but he makes the rotate around, and now Forsaken in a good chance to potentially tie this one up. They've got all of their members still alive and puts themselves into an advantageous 5v3. 60 seconds, though, is the problem where it's still on the board. As it starts to count down, Rice still has 3 of those gas canisters inside. So if they can just hold them off, and that's the first part of it, Aiden is going to find Zach off the board, get a little closer to making the equalization here, and some repel action. You can't get inside because of that. So now into a 4v3. 45. They're going to take a second and start getting some drones in. And there's the swing in as he puts himself into a good position. His back guarded by the castle barricade, watching towards the rotate. Smokes have gone out, which is going to obscure the vision as they start to make the push in. Now 2 of them on there. They find a kill, but it's now 31 seconds left as they're locked inside of the closet with another one of those gas containers that has just canisters that have went off. Cowley goes down, not confirmed on the kill, looking towards Banana. Takes another
What
one.
a shot!
Able to find Debates off the board. Now into a 2-2 situation, technically, as Cali is down, and this turns into a devastating situation for Forsaken. They get in. They're going to start with the plant. It's a low-health situation. Habana goes down. You know what? Line them up and knock them down. Rice for the 3-piece to clutch the round.
Rice, the latest addition to the M80X team, and making his presence known here today. Wow, what a play. Forsaken is struggling to get anything going on their attack so far. M80X 2 rounds in a row. Those are the secondary and primary sites. Basement 2F here on Bank. So they're going to go to the tertiary again. The best opportunity we have seen for the attackers to gain a little bit of an advantage. That's where Forsaken made their push and won previously. So now's their opportunity. Can they do it here on defense? This is a site that we see some teams, we've seen a little bit of a shift towards the archives tellers side occasionally, but teams always seem to come back to this one as that tertiary primarily. And with the combination of the Azami holding down and the castle, this is very, very good. So what do you do on the Forsaken side? I like it. Bring out the shield as well. One of the things that M80 used to their advantage, the Blackbeard, we're going to see BJL try that strategy also.
Yeah, it's not a bad play, right? Get yourself on a Blackbeard, find the biggest guy in there, punch him straight in the face. Instead, they are going to make a switch. They're going to make the change. They're going to opt for a dedication and an investment into the vertical play. One of those things being incredibly important for claiming that vertical is one of the things that's important for the Tersh site here specifically. So there's a lot of soft breach available. So bring out the Buck, bring out the Ram, try to have your other 3 players start to pinch everybody into the center so that you can start to pick them up from above. A little bit of a fish in a barrel situation here. Will the defense fall for it? Well, they're spread out pretty far right now currently.
It's one of the things I'm a little bit surprised on that first round. We saw M80X hold down the basement defense that they had all sort of bunkered back. It wasn't the standard way that they had been playing out. It's not what we saw in Nighthaven. It's not what we saw in Chalet to start with. So this maybe feels a little bit more like the standard M80 defense with a little bit more spread out attack. And Forsaken trying to take advantage of it, using the Ram to open up those windows, but boy, those opening trades come in. You said the WinCon taking down Stompin'. He's the first to go on the M80 side and answered back with Jabates going down. That's the striker. So this attacking team still has some intel in play. They still have got the Ash charges. They still have got the Brava drones. Only one more Ram, though, on the BGL side.
Yeah. Okay, so they've had their first answer back. The WinCon has been taken down. The King had his head lopped off early on, but still got the other players to deal with. Rice is able to find Hat off the board, now puts us into a 4-3 situation. Attack feeling the pressure as M80X is one away from that coveted match point scenario and securing themselves a spot in the best of 3s. Zach answers back, takes down Franklin, and that's the equalizer, but Vic Band's not afraid to take the swing. Takes Zach off the board. So now the vertical
walking through it, just walking through the barbed wire. Yeah, you're taking some damage. I don't know which is quieter or louder, though. I mean, you can hear Ram yelling out as she lost some of her health just walking through it. They're really feeling like this is a slow attack, and it is sort of to fall apart. Forsaken's got 54 seconds left. This time, going to clear out the barbed wire rather than take the damage. They're going to need their health as they take on this now 3v1.
That was a tough kill. That was a tough one. Now it is going to be a 3v1. Ram alone alive on a match point scenario. Diffuser is cold. We'll be able to pick it back up, but a plant seeming almost impossible right now. So going to have to go for some frags here and still dealing with this, with the util in play. Barbed wire yet again. Going to give away some locations as they make their rotate around. 15 seconds now, a Ram to be a bit of a distraction on the backside of it. It's going to take the rotate, looking to catch somebody off guard, and sees one, not able to focus on the kill, and that gives away his location. So with 4 seconds left, it's going to be an all hands on deck. Send the fire. Vic Bands with a pistol, popping, body dropping action.
You see the protection that he had set up there in the open area. He's completely covered by 3 different Kiba barriers, bulletproof angles, so that way he can take the swing when he needs to, when the opportunity presents itself. And M80 is on match point. And it's not just match point, but again, round of 16, they are paving their way to the quarterfinals and 1 round closer to earning their spot in the NA Challenger Series playoffs. Forsaken, it is time. If you want a piece of this action, time to step it up. You got to be perfect for 3 to force OT.
Ooh, the pressure is on, and not only that, Whiskey, they've got to do it in the basement. This is one of the tougher sites to push, right? There's so much area denial on the board in the hands of M80X. They're bringing along the Goyo. They're bringing along Franklin onto the smoke, which has been incredible, and stopping that quick push with the Fenrir here as well, not to mention an MP7 in the hands of somebody who absolutely knows how to use it. This Forsaken team is incredibly good. They have players that have had some solidified success in the Pro League arena. And now they have to prove why they were there. Now they have to prove that they can be perfect. And they got to do it for 3 in a row.
It's a tough hill to climb with how good M80 has been. Like we said, they're continuing their dominance. They won 7-0, so 6 defending rounds, 2 games in a row, 12 rounds. They've added to it. That's 14 defending wins in a row for this team that we've got a chance to see here on stream. So very good. We said Forsaken was going to be their best competition rolling in. The early team shut down and knocked out of this bracket very quickly, but you said it, a couple of pros on this Forsaken team looking to make their mark and slow down what has been an unstoppable momentum here from the M80X team. Almost 1 minute into this round, still working on gaining intel, opening up some of the sight lines, and you said it, the basement. What a tough spot to be, but hot drop there. Oh, they didn't hot drop it. Thought we were going to see the hot drop come in, try and take down Stompin', holding on to this site.
And they do. They take Stompin' down, but Aiden answers back, and he's going to do it with a bailiff as well, which is not just a kill, but also a statement piece. That was a tough one. So numbers get equalized. Jubates gets taken off the board, and they're going to start to fall apart for the defense here as the attack makes that final push. They are able to take Hibana down, so a little bit closer, minute and 40, so plenty of time for this attack team to suss out where the defenders are, right? To put some pressure on and take these swings, not just one-on-one, but to take them with the numbers in your in your hands, in your advantage. So, minute and 25 as it starts to count down. They've claimed that vertical. They've got all of first floor. Mute and Smoke, shotguns and SMG-11s in hand, sit down in the basement, ready for the last bits of attack here towards this match point scenario. And no pressure for M80X, right? Because they got 3 to play around with. So if they don't win it, it doesn't matter. They can try it again on the next one. If they do win it, goodbye, good night, sayonara, see you later. 57 now, Whiskey, as it starts to count down.
Yeah, you said it. They can hang back. They don't have to push this. Trigger discipline. You don't need to put any extra pressure on this team, but good. Going up, taking away a piece of that intel here for Forsaken. The health is on their side, though. They've got 3, and you can hear, there goes the thermite, and Zakil is, there's the bees coming out. Going to give away a little bit of intel for this team. Yes, there it is, the plant going down. 29 seconds left, my friend.
Yeah, but they've got Smokes there as well on a C4. That's why Mute was playing close. Smoke playing in the back. He still has 1 gas canister, and if he waits just long enough, if he waits for that plant to start going down, he's going to get the kill onto Blackbeard and effectively stop the plant. So a couple of shots go through. Blackbeard gets taken
No way!
down. Big Fan's able to find him. Now the smoke is out. It stops. He has to make the push-up. Zach goes. It's a bailiff. All of a sudden, 2 seconds. He's going to take the swing. Is he going to get it? He is!
No way! No way!
Towards gold to find the win and get 1 closer. They had to be perfect for 3, and he finds the first one, and he does it dramatically.
What a way to finish that round off, too. You are defending, fighting for your life. The only thing you can do in that scenario is push and fight and win in a 2v1. Boy, when he had to show up and do it, Zach does. Unbelievable. The problem is they got to do that 2 more rounds, and it came down to those kind of heroics. Can he sustain that momentum? Can this Forsaken team fight it off and push OT? We said M80 didn't need to push it. They were a little too cautious that round, and finally we see Forsaken take an attacking win.
Wow, what a play. Individual heroics saves Forsaken. Another round. So take it back up to the 2F location. Not going to run it back on the basement. They're going to stick some of those same picks. I think the only change up here is bringing the Wamai for a little bit of that projectile denial. Other than that, this is the same defense that we've seen run 2F before. Has Forsaken found a way to deal with the static warfare that is Castle and Azami and Mira at this point?
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
The chat's great. The generational sell. You know, the thing about it is they had the opportunity, right? You can afford to be passive at this point. Now, I wouldn't be passive anymore. Now I'm going to change up the strat and make sure that you don't lose a single more round. There was some 7-4 predictions in the chat when we kicked this thing off. So this is the opportunity for them to shut it down. You've got 1 more. This is it. 6-4 currently with M80 in the lead on defense. Forsaken found one. The pros came up with the win, but it was on the back of, you said it, or I said it, individual heroics, and I don't think that can be the thing that you count on going forward against M80X.
We could both have said it, you know. Oh, man, what a play. Already, Aiden taken off the board. That's the Azami. That is a huge pick, not just because you get Aiden gone, but now those Kiba barriers are not going to have a chance to be fulfilled later on in the round. So the ones that are out are the ones that stays, and unfortunately, that's only in stock, and they have already taken that space. Lumai does go for a bit of a swing here as C4's going to ring out, as Stompin's going to take down the Blackbeard. A huge play. C4's becoming a huge and prevalent part of this M80 gameplay. Floor is now going to send in some drones to try to chase some of these players out of that janitor area, take away maybe some of that extension util, and they are going to force them back. It's going to allow the attack to take a little bit of space here, but they've got the utility and the players to stop it. A smoke canister goes out. The problem is if you use them now, you don't have them for that clutch play, for that late round play on the other side of it. So he still has two. He's only forced to use one at the moment. Nobody there to breathe in those canisters, so we'll remain in a hurry up and wait position currently.
You said it. Hurry up and wait. There's a minute left. Plenty of time here for the attackers to work it. You can see Gasher tossing out that ace charge. They're working on opening up the sight lines. The blue outlines, you can see, all sort of backed off. They're giving some space here to the Forsaken side. You've got on Repel. Hat's made the push in, holding up. Gonna take a shot. There it is. Vicban's going down. Forsaken making a hard push and amping up this this intensity and winning.
That's right. Franklin able to take Hat off the board as Hat finds Rice. Does put us in a tough position as Franklin goes now into a 3v1 position. Stompin able to find one. If anybody can do it, it's the King. He takes the rotate or takes the swing onto. Oh, he takes it
Zach
on.
does it again.
It's not going to happen. It's a pistol popping, body dropping time here as the shot for Janitor. So now one away from tying us up.
I can't believe we saw that again. Zach coming up with that final kill again, clutching up when he needed to. Forsaken, they were in a 6-3 scenario, 1 round away from M80X shutting this thing down and moving on to the quarterfinals. This is a best-of-1 battle between these two teams. The best-of-3s don't start to the next round. The quarterfinals is where they're going to have an opportunity. Forsaken knows this. This is their last opportunity to try and hold on to this run that they've had in the Challenger Series Open Qualifier number 1. If you lose this game, you got to start over next week from the beginning of the bracket, and the only saving grace you're going to have is M80X wouldn't be there. But still, it's still down to this game. One of these two teams, only one can move on to the quarterfinals. Which one is it going to be? Boy, when you said back in the basement was a tough spot for them to make the push, and they won it back on round 10, M80 thinks, all right, we've got the intel. We know how this is going to play out, and it was so close to that heroic battle in the vault. There's no way that happens twice, right?
I mean, lightning doesn't strike twice, but maybe Forsaken does. They've got a little bit of a strat switch up here on the side of M80. Rice bringing along that same strat that you see used for holding off the main breach on maps like Clubhouse and maps like Nighthaven, where they throw a Mira on there, making it a little bit more difficult to get your thermites on there, to open it up, put yourself in position to get yourself impact tricked or C4'd out the gate. So interesting strat. If this one works out, Whiskey, we're gonna have to throw this one in the ranked strat book.
I love it. You talked about it. One of the reasons we love casting, getting a chance to see what all of these players are doing, getting the insight, getting the intel. And speaking of intel, look at this push up through garage from Hat, the intel coming out and going to be stuck on his drone. No way. He holds off the trigger discipline. Who is going to be the player? Man, I thought for a second he was going to lose that by being just over pushing his advantage.
Well, you know, he was having the presence of mind to have a little bit of trigger discipline, knew it was a free kill, and hopefully was trying to catch one on the rotate before he got that, looking to make it into a double. Not going to be the case. It does get traded out. Zach's off the board as well. So the hero of the last round for Forsaken, or the last 2 rounds for Forsaken, is gone. Their win condition has now been met. Vic Bands goes down. So the Blackbeard's able to find the kill. Man advantage now into the hands of Forsaken as they're looking to tie it up. Starting to put some pressure towards blue now, as you do have Smoke holding up on there. Grenade goes down through the hatch. A little bit of a distraction as he makes his way around, potentially to put some elevator play in and start to push in towards that B site instead. Since there's so much time still left on the board, it's a chance to get your drones in. There's a chance to get some intel. This game is a game of intel and opportunity. Stompin's still alive. Man advantage by 1 over into Forsaken, and 59 now as it starts to count down.
That's right. You're watching this execute get set up. They've got the hatches open. BJL playing that Blackbeard, holding on. You can see everyone getting ready for the execute, poised over those hatches. This is going to be a collapse, and it's going to be a big chance. How does M80 respond? That's a huge play. Stompin taking down Hat. Now the execute starts.
That's right. Gervais is able to take Stompin off the board, and Rice answers back as he goes down, but the Blackbeard is there, is able to take Rice off the board. So now Aiden, with one smoke canister left in hand, has got to deal with it, and they're going for the plant. He makes the rotate across. He takes a quick shot in. Game sense on point. Aim Labs paying off. Aiden takes one, and now he's on the run. 17 seconds. So Blackbeard's going to have to get in and get himself in a position to make the plant, rotate towards a position of relative safety. Still has one gas canister in hands. If he sends it, oh, look at that. Look
Aiden!
at that. M80 finds it. M80X moving on to the best of 3s, able to take down a couple of pros in the process. So the path to Pro League, the gateway to greatness, just got a little bit more opened up for M80X.
What a play. Vic Bands comes out on top as that MVP. Man, they crushed it at the end. It got close, though, my friend. There was a lot of questions. There was a lot of talk in the chat about whether or not this team was selling. But in the end, man, they bought what they needed. They won that. What a great game. They did it for the stream. The fact that we got to see a more of a balanced battle between these teams, the fact that we got to see Hat, Gasher, these guys fight against the M80X, show which team it could come out on top. Boy, they showed up when they needed to.
That's right. Old heads versus the new guns, and the new guns take it as they move on. Gonna have to see Hat and his crew try it in the next qual. Unfortunately, M80X moving on to those best of 3s.
That's right.
And we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out where it's at because we've moved through this so quick. Not usually the staple for a Rainbow Six Siege tournament. We might still have some time on our hands. We're gonna see what's up next. Whether we are gonna be able to start some of those best of 3s, or if we have to wait for tomorrow to get that job done. Either way, we're going to figure it out. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to chat about it. Ayo.
Let's go.
All right, what's up and welcome back. We wanted to jump right back in here because there is still the Fluffy Aimers Looney Tunes game going on. So Jay Guns, Lou,
That's right.
we're going to watch the end of this game as well. Try to get as much in as we can. Currently, Fluffy Aimers, they sit up 5-4. It's attack rivals on the triple kill, which means they're one away from that coveted match point scenario. And Jay Guns doesn't look like he's quite having the game that he was having in that first map that we watched as he sits 3-8. He needs a 2. He's got Vector Enhanced, 20 seconds in which to deny. If he can find 1 kill to stop a plant, it's not going to be the case. They're going to take him down and move on to a match point scenario.
Oh, man. Boy, we joined at just the right moment here to catch potentially the end of it, or is it going to be the Looney Tunes comeback? Good question, my friend. Coming into it, we don't have a lot of intel on how the round is played out. What we know for sure is that the Fluffy Aimers NA team, again, they've got Snake. We talked about Snake and Gasher, those two, the two TSM pros on opposing teams from our previous game. Now Gasher here playing, or Snake playing on the Fluffy Aimers side. They've been very good together. This is a tough team for the Looney Tunes to go up against, but it's what you'd expect at the end of the bracket here for this Challenger Series Open qualifier.
That's right. Start to see some of the better teams, the ones that flew through that early part of the bracket, making their name known. And so, you said it, Fluffy Aimers up by 2, which means we got to see the Looney Tunes do something a little crazy and pull back 2 in a row to be able to tie this one up and send it to some overtime. Bringing out the Monty. Let's look at the bans. What do we have taken out? Blackbeard gone. No surprise there. Dokkaebi to follow. Yeah, okay. Checks out. The Clash. That's an interesting one. Imagine a world we live in where Clash now has to be banned because they're becoming OP and part of the process again. I'm here for it.
It's crazy that we see some of the change up, and you said it. One of the reasons why we absolutely love this game. So Fluffy Aimers, 15 seconds in. On the attacking side, we saw Chalet be very, very defensive sided, but that was when M80 was playing it. And that team, so good on the defense, really didn't even get a chance to see how the other team would handle. But what this says to me from the attacking side, Fluffy Aimers, very good. And could put, if they win this, could be a little bit of a thorn in the side for M80. But to take down 2 previous teams, this 2 previous pro team stacks on the PC side, that would be awesome to see from an M80 side.
Yep, and drops are on. Yes, you do get a chance to play the beta for hanging out with us and watching some of the Challenger Series today as we're one of those official partnered streams. 5-2, it's all falling apart. Snakes are meta, finds themselves on the back of a triple kill, and you know what? They're going to give themselves a flawless round for this one.
A flawless to close it out, man. GG. We barely got to see any of the game. 7-4 victory for the Fluffy Aimers NA. This is JJ Blast team and this squad that they've been playing together for a long time. Snake Armetta picking up that MVP. Well played on their part, my friend. Jeez.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a question in the chat. Does M80 play any more today? That's a question mark. We're still waiting. There's a chance that the quarterfinal best of 3 will play out tonight, in a few. We're going to find that out. It's up to the team's discretion if they want to. So I think we'll take a quick pause and figure that out. Are they going to play or not? It's a question mark, and we know that that the admins are working that one out.
That's right, and you're right in the chat. The JJ versus M80 rematch could go incredibly hard. Maybe a fingers crossed for that one. Could be fun. Okay,
Yes.
folks, yep, you're right. You know the deal, you know the drill. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, well, we're going to chat about it one more time. Heyo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up on
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Alas, it will not be played today, which means best of threes. We'll have to wait for tomorrow. So when does M80 play? When does Stompin' play? Well, that's going to take part on Sunday. We got to get to a part 2, unfortunately. So that for us, that means the siege is over, but we got some cool things for you still, right? One thing that we are doing is hopefully following this broadcast being over, we will go live with our giveaway. We were at the 6 Invitational. We've got a lot of the talent, casters, analysts, and pro players that were there to sign a Siege headset. That we were giving away. So make sure you head over to the Siege Double Shot Twitter, make your presence known, follow the rules, and then the chance to potentially earn a piece of Siege history will be yours for the taking, potentially, if you win it. And also, if you want some more casting, we are bringing more of the Challenger Series to you, of course, tomorrow and in the following quals. We will be your source for the chance for some T1, the path to pro, that gateway to greatness. So check us out on Twitter, join the Discord, come play some Siege with us. There is plenty to be had here on the Double Shot.
Yeah, that's right. Like we said, we've been doing the Roller Sunday series on the BOGO tourneys, but we're going to pause on that as we finish out the rest of Challengers. So if M80 wins tomorrow in their quarterfinal game, they will be qualified to the Challenger Series playoffs here for North America. Then the question is, the next 2 weekends in a row, we're going to see who are they playing in those playoffs. Who is M80 going to be facing? We're going to watch those brackets play out to see who else is in those playoffs. So that's what we're going to watch tomorrow, finish out the M80 run, and then next weekend and the following, finish out the Challenger Series North America Open qualifiers as we go into the playoffs. And that is going to be amazing. I cannot wait to see all of the different 5 stacks that this community puts together to try and take it on. There was 158 that registered today. Not all of them made it into the bracket, so there's going to be 2 more opportunities for that to happen. But M80, when do they play? Tomorrow at 2 p.m., my friend.
Okay, tomorrow at 2. We'll get back at it. Same place, same time. We're going to get into it, my friends. Okay, so we're going to do a raid. We're going to send it to one of our favorite streamers and casters, so show that whiskey love if you haven't already. Just one more time, thank you. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. Thanks for allowing us to be a part of that of this R6 scene. You guys are absolutely incredible. So as we've reached the dreaded part of the evening where we must alas bid you to adieu, as the jukebox starts to sing closing time and the lights start to dim. As always, my friends, you don't have to go home,
but you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.